the oak stand tall. A warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold. Tight and grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knives fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. Acorns scatter, but knives he keeps. A forest arsenal, the shadows weep. Leather sheaths tied to his chest. A rodent armed, none dare contest. Dry branches creak. The hunt begins. A squirrel's cold, sharp as his Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme.
Hey, is this thing working? I decided to test this out on this channel and see if this is any better than that lapel mic. Hey, Morgan, let me know if you can hear me. I'm not sure if this is... I'm trying it out again, except this time trying to compare it to the that clip-on mic versus, you know, I've got my headset mic now. You can hear me? Okay. Now, I'm not sure how it goes in comparison to the clip-on mic, but I figure this has got to be at least a little better than the clip-on mic. We'll find out. Anyway, EDC Squirrel here. How's everybody doing? I know I didn't have this scheduled. I mean, you guys kind of figure it happens every Saturday. Normally, though, I put a schedule up or let everybody know that it's happening a few days beforehand. I didn't have it up because, to be quite honest, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do this one. It's been a really busy week. Hey, Groundfog, how you doing? It's been a really busy week. Girlfriend is still at the nursing facility, so I'm doing a lot of back and forth. And I know I haven't even pumped out any videos for the channel. It's been a little bit. It's been busy. And I don't even have that much new. I have a couple new knives, not a whole lot to show, but I felt I still wanted to run the live because I haven't been able to do so much, because I still want to keep the channel going first and foremost. I still definitely want the channel. I keep wanting. I want to continue to build this channel and keep it running. It's just it's been an insane week, and it's possible it's going to continue for another possible week. So things are slowing down at least for a little bit until I can get a return into some type of normalcy. You'll have to excuse me too, because holy cow, I was wolfing down lunch before I started this channel, or before I started the live. And you ever eat any, or did you ever swallow anything, like food wise, obviously, that either was rough or too big? Because I felt it and it hurt going all the way down into my stomach. Like, holy crap, that sucked. Like, it hurt. Almost brought me to tears. So I'm like, I don't know what the hell that was all about. So, still feel a little bit weird after that. Drank something. Hey, Waylon. It doesn't hurt now, obviously, but sure as hell hurt going down. But yeah, that's basically what's going on. Things have been super busy in the week. I haven't been able to pump out the videos. Like, I have stuff recorded from previous, but I haven't had the time to edit, work, going back and forth between the nursing facility and everything like that. But I didn't want anybody to wonder about whether I was abandoning the channel or not, because I haven't been able to pump the videos out. I don't intend to abandon the channel. I want to keep it going. It's just been super busy. And with everything going on, there's things that I do have to prioritize over like the channel and stuff like that. Life, you need to deal with certain adult things. This is a thing I enjoy doing, but I can't prioritize over a lot of other stuff that's going into my life. So yes, the channel is continuing. No, it's not completely dead. I just need to be able to, how do I put it? I need to get a return to normalcy before things start jumping up again. In the meantime, like I said, I still wanted to hold the live to show that I'm still working on stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have that much to show. I do have a couple new knives I want to show you guys. But other than that, it's predominantly going to be chat. I have no idea how long this is going to go today. It's basically just going to be a chat session, share session. I'm going to be doing some maintenance on a couple knives. I got some knives I want to resharpen because they've been dull through use. Couple things I wanted to talk about, other knives and stuff like that. But that's essentially what's happening today. And otherwise, it's going to be pretty much open to, comment and chat if you guys have questions, things like that. But first, like I always want to start it out, anything that I got new in the last week, excuse me, in the last week, I did get 2 case knives that came in. These were supposed to be in the last live, but they didn't make it until after the weekend. And these were 2 that I've been waiting for a while. These are 2 new case knives for 2026. And the first one is similar to one that I got before, except it's a different material used for the scale. I know Morgan didn't like the color of the one that I first got, because I don't know, she doesn't like pastel stuff. I just liked the knife. I thought it looked pretty cool. What the hell did I hit? There we go. Is this still going on? Yeah, that's still going on. Thought I mucked something up. Okay, so this one is a new cheetah cub. Again, the cheetah cubs are new for 2026 for case. Except this one is an antique. Is it antique bone? Yes, antique bone smooth cheetah cub with fluted bolsters. Fluted bolsters are that line that they put across the bolsters of the knife. They call that fluted. So just a different little design choice. This is the cheetah cub. They're smaller than the standard cheetahs that you may have seen from case. It is a lockback knife, and it has a folding guard. I just really like the antique bone. This one is toasted really, I don't know, it's just dyed or toasted dark, but you got even a little bit of red there on the back here. You can see the striations in the bone. There's that swing guard. And again, lockback knife. Clip point. I just find these really cool. I just find these to be really cool looking knives. I mean, practicality as far as the guard's concerned. I mean, it just looks like kind of like a tiny sword. One thing I've noticed is because of the little swing guard, I can kind of brace my fingers up against it, and it feels kind of a little bit more solid in the hand. I obviously don't have to worry about my hand sliding forward onto the edge. It is a very solid lockup, very sharp knife. This was surprising because a lot of times I'll get a case knife and it'll have a small burr that I just have to work off real quick. And once I work the burr off, it's nice and sharp. This one came in hair splitting sharp without need to remove a burr. Like, I got to be really careful along that edge. But just a really, really cool knife in a very, very beautiful antique bone color. And I really, really like it. The one that I had originally that I had shown was a synthetic and done in their, I believe it was their mint green. If I can remember where I put that one. I know I had cased it. In other words, I had placed it in, there it is. There, is it mint? No, this is their seafoam green. I'm sorry. It is a synthetic. You can see the slight difference in there. You've got the fish badge where I forget what kind of badge they call this one. Otherwise, same size, just different material. You can see the fluted versus the non-fluted bolsters there. Otherwise, pretty damn cool. I'm pretty sure you'll like this one better, Morgan. They do come in a variety of materials. I've been snagging what I can get as I've been finding them. But these tend to go as soon as I see these up for sale. I got this from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. As soon as I see these go up for sale anywhere, not just on Chasing Blades, they tend to get snapped up really, really fast. I already did a cleaning on this one, so I'm not going to bother doing one today. And I did a cleaning on the other one as well. So, really cool one, Chasing Blades. This is the other one. This one's also new for 2026. It's not a new pattern. But it's a new. Well, I shouldn't say it's a new material. It's a new color line, I guess. This one is a sow belly, except this is their new for 2026 Tequila Sunrise. And it's normally I'm not the biggest fan of orange, but I thought the Tequila Sunrise looked really, really pretty. It is a bone scale knife. They call this, what do they call this kind of jigging? Crandall jig. So the texturing they do on the bone is a crandall jig. Like I said, Tequila Sunrise sow belly. You got a nice amount of milk, a little bit of milk peeking out here, some milk over there, but a really pretty orange color. A little darker on this side. Kind of, yeah, a pumpkin. I don't know. I just think normally I'm not a big fan of orange, but this one just looked really good to me. It's hard to really portray on the camera because I can see, like, I'm looking at the camera, and while I still think it looks decent on the camera, it doesn't look anywhere as good to as I have it in the hand. I don't know if it's because the lights, the camera just doesn't pick up on certain things, but I think it looks absolutely beautiful. I love the Tequila Sunrise color, where I normally would just like, Not a big fan of orange. Surprisingly, not the biggest fan of red in this in case knives either, with very few exceptions. Now, this is a sow belly, so it's essentially like a fat stockman. You have 3 blades. You've got a clip point for your main. You've got a sheep's foot for a secondary, and a tertiary. I think they call this a coping blade, I believe, on the other side. So you got 3 blades on this one. Hey, Kodiak, how you doing? Yeah, Tony Bo's sow belly. This is the new color, the Tequila Sunrise. This is the first Tequila Sunrise that I've gotten. They have, let me see, you know what? I can't remember how many patterns, because they don't always have all the patterns in every color. Excuse me. For example, I don't believe they have a green apple sow belly, but give me a second and we can find that out. Tequila Sunrise. Give me a moment. Okay, Tequila Sunrise Bone. They have it in, obviously, the Tony Bo sow belly. They have it also in the Canoe, a Sodbuster Junior size. Almost always have it in a full size and mini trapper. And they'll also have this as a very special, I don't know if it's going to be exclusive. You know, I don't know. But they're going to also have it in that, where did I just put that away? What did I do that for? They're also going to have it in the, is that a full size? No, Cheetah Cub. They're also going to have it in a Cheetah Cub version, except the Cheetah Cub's going to be a little different because the Tequila Sunrise, where did I put my other Cheetah Cub? I'm just looking at the darn thing. Okay, I put it somewhere and I don't know where I put it. Or no, I put it back in the box. Never mind. So it's going to come also in this pattern, except the Tequila Sunrise Cheetah Cub is going to be a 2026 Father's Day barn board jig Tequila Sunrise. It's going to have a I don't know what it says here. It's going to have something that says, like, an engraving on the blade that says cheetah. And for the shield, it's going to say dad on an oval shield. Oop, this is not coming up. It's going to say dad on an oval shield. So it's going to be a special, like, edition Tequila Sunrise Cheetah Cub. The axe handle is the other version that's going to be coming up. So you're going to get, they're going to have a Tequila Sunrise in the axe handle as well. The axe handles, I myself am still waiting on. The people I generally purchase from still haven't got any in. They're like on back order. A lot of smaller sellers are having trouble getting the axe handles in because there's been such a big demand for them. I'm still waiting myself. I know as soon, I've actually requested some, like, a private showing. Hey, Dean, how you doing? As soon as Chasing Blades gets some axe handles in, I'm going to be on them faster than hell. Excuse me. Those Cheetah Cubs that I got, that Seafoam Green and the Antique Bone that I just showed, those are my first Cheetah Cubs. So still waiting on those axe handles. They look really cool. Not as expensive as the Cheetah Cubs. So I can't wait. Now that I have the Tequila getting into axe. Oh, are you from? Okay, the axe handle is a new pattern from Case, and what it is, it's kind of like, how do we put this? It's almost like a Sodbuster, except it's a clip point. It has an axe handle. It has an axe handle shaped handle. And they're going to come in a variety of different materials, one of which is going to be the Tequila Sunrise Bone. Now that I have the Tequila Sunrise, the TB sow belly, I really want more, because I didn't realize how nice these are going to look. They looked good on camera when I got them. When I got it in hand, I was just amazed at how nice the color on these are. Now, obviously, they're going to differ from knife to knife, but I wasn't the biggest fan of the synthetic orange, but this looks fantastic. I just wish it showed better on cam, like it does in my hand, because I think they look really, really nice. But yeah, big fan of case. Obviously, unfortunately, these are the only two knives. I'll pull this one back out. These are the only two new knives I got this week. Like I said, things have been kind of weird this whole week with my girlfriend in the nursing facility, so I've just been having to split a lot more time than I normally do, and haven't been able to put time into putting new videos out this week. Like I don't think I was able to work on a new video this entire week. But hopefully things will return back to normal soon, and then I can get to working on more stuff. This is the antique bone cheetah cub. This is the other one that I got just this week, or this last week. Absolutely gorgeous antique bone. And then there again is the Tony Bowes sow belly and tequila sunrise. Can't wait to get more of this. Hey, Terry, how you doing? They look fantastic. I can't wait for the axe handles. I'm admittedly curious to see how these might look like burnt. Except because a lot of people are jumping on these tequila sunrises, they tend to be a little on the higher side. If I can get my hands on, say, a mini trapper, the mini trappers aren't bad. The trappers, mini trappers, I'm looking at show roughly just over $70. If I can get my hands on like maybe a tequila sunrise trapper or even a Sod Buster Jr., I might try burning it to see how it looks. I think it might look pretty interesting, especially with the type of jigging that they have on here, the Crandall jigs. So I might give that a shot. Possibly in the next few weeks if I can get my hands on one. But we'll see. We'll see. I haven't burned a knife in a while. And admittedly, I'm kind of getting the itch to do another one. Your U.S. Navy one is a blue bone. Nice, Kodiak. I love the bone ones. And sorry if I missed you earlier there. Hey, yeah, well, my focus, I like a lot of different knives. Okay, I've been collecting knives for years. Originally, for the most part, most of the knives I collect tend to be modern knives. I started this channel, I got into whatnot, and this channel is maybe like half a year old. And I found and picked up a few. I started by seeing some interesting, I saw these knives from Rough Rider. I thought they were pretty interesting. They were pretty inexpensive. And so I got a few of them. And I loved them. I just thought they were really, really neat. They reminded me of knives that from when I was much, much younger, and they came in so many different colors, so many different patterns. I collected a bunch of Rough Riders, and then somebody introduced me to Case. And within that roughly half year, now, like I said, I collected mainly, the majority of my collection is actually modern knives. But within that half year, Case knives have become, in terms of manufacturer, I have more Case knives in my collection than any other manufacturer. Used to be Civivi and Kaiser used to dominate my collection. A lot of Civivis, a lot of Kaisers. To give you an idea, I've got nearly one hard case full of Case knives, and then because I don't have enough displays to put them all out, because I collect for myself. I don't collect to resell. I don't, I collect for the sake of collecting. I enjoy my collection. I know I'm going to be passing it on eventually. friends and family. This is what I still have yet to sort out and put on display. I fell down the case knife rabbit hole and have been. Now I have my favorites. Generally, my favorites tend to be trappers of all different sizes. I like trappers, mini trappers, tiny trappers. But lately, I've been collecting a lot more muskrats. I've been collecting a lot more Tony Bo sow bellies. I'm really loving the TV sow bellies. And because I've never had a cheetah cub. This is my second cheetah cub since this was new for 2026. So, yeah, I do have my favorites. When I first started, I kind of collected anything that I saw that was like, any traditional knife that I saw. But I've become a little bit more discerning. I've got a few hunters, as you can see. This is another one of my favorites. This is the Cinnamon Monkiranite. I've got some specialty knives, and as far as I know, I have every squirrel knife that they've brought out. This one. Although this is not the squirrel knife. I think this is the rabbit. Yeah, this is the rabbit. I got a rabbit because my daughter likes rabbits. But yeah, I've kind of gone a bit bonkers. And now I have more case knives than any other brand in my collection. And that took me about half a year to build up. And of course, I still have more that I kind of really want on the way. Hey, Nick, how you doing? So you like these, because I'm working on trying to get a lot of these displayed. That's actually the only reason why I even still have the boxes. Otherwise, I'm probably going to end up tossing a lot of these boxes. I gotta make room. Like a lot of my other case knives are in here. This is not an entirely full case, but I got a bunch of the Crossroads in here. I've got Southbuster Juniors. I have some of my squirrel knives in here. Got a few hard cases of those. But yeah, as soon as I can find a way to display more of these are going to be going on either a wall, a desktop display, or something. And so I got a lot of work cut out for me. In the meantime, they're in a Sketcher shoebox. Kodak, traditional handmade German knives are the most in your collection. Over 1,000 knives. Holy, see, okay. I mentioned how many knives I have, and people are like, "What?" I consider myself like just a small time collector. I don't have knives that are extremely expensive, or at least in, from what in comparison. A lot of the reasons why I collect specific knives are because of like they either hold a special interest for me, they have a special meaning for me, or because I know they're going to be passed on and they'll have special meaning for friends and family. You can't ever have too many knives, and you'll have to excuse me. My freaking esophagus is still burning. Yeah, I've been a little case crazy. I still have, although I've resold a lot of my Rough Rider knives. I still have a pretty sizable collection of Rough Riders. Those are also currently in a box. I kept what I wanted to keep, decided to slim down my collection. But I don't ever collect to sell. I collect for my sake. You'd rather build an addition on your house before I sold it. I decided to trim down because what I was saying before, people say I have a huge collection. I'm running just under 400 knives, and that's a mixture of both my case knives and all my modern knives. And actually, I'm probably over 400 because I haven't included a lot of fixed blade knives that I've collected over the years and stuff like that. Most of my knives, like I said, aside from traditional, I started on modern. I've got Civivi, I've got Kaiser, QSP. Remet's been a big favorite. Remet's been coming out with some really killer stuff. Concept. I've got some just a few artisan cutlery, SRMs. A lot of the ones I have tend to be in the budget range. Very few tend to be just around or just under 300. I generally don't go over that because I have a thing where I do like to use the majority, with the exception of a few that I can't replace because they might be limited, or you can't get anymore. I generally keep it at a certain price because I like to use the knives that I collect, and therefore I like to make it so if anything were to happen to that knife, I don't have a difficult time replacing it. Like, I know people that carry $600 knives. I know somebody that carries a $1,000 knife with them all the time. If I could afford to lose it and replace it, I would probably do the same, but I couldn't. If I can't replace it, I probably won't use it as often, if at all, depending on what the knife is. So most of my knives tend to be under the $300 range because I figured anything higher than that starts to kind of hurt a lot if something happens to it. The other knives that I won't use, like I said, either have a very special meaning and can't be replaced, or they were highly limited. In which, like, for example, I have a few knives that they've only made a small number of, and they're all gone. You can't buy them again unless you go on the secondhand market. And a lot of times those same knives, I might have bought the knife for like $80, okay, and then on the secondhand market, because you can't get them anymore, sucker runs like $200 for that exact same knife. So knives like that I generally won't use. I'll give you an example. I've showed this one before. This one here. This is a case knife. This is the peanut butter jelly exclusive from SMKW. This one was just under $80. Sodbuster Jr. Cerakoted X35 or S35, not X35. Cerakoted S35 VN steel blade in SMKW's peanut butter and jelly scales. Yeah, it was just under $80. If you hopped on and got it through their website retail, they sold out within like an hour or two. Okay, I think they held on to a few that they decided to put on auction. When they were on auction, they were going for about like $200. And you can't get these anymore unless you find somebody that has one and you're willing to pay around $150 to $250, $250. So does this ever get used? No. If something were to happen to this, I'd never be able to replace it. And I know I can be kind of rough on a knife when I'm using them. I mean, they're a tool. I've got a knife. I need a knife. I'm going to use it. And, so, that one's a strict collector's knife for me. Other knives that are like that are like this one. This one's not expensive. This is a case synthetic yellow squirrel knife. I believe they made 700 of these. I think you might still be able to find these, but this one stays in my collection. And I actually bought a second one, and the second one I'll carry around with me. Yeah, see, I feel they're meant to be used, but then if something were to happen, I have this thing where, I want to have, there's a reason why I have, like, for example, the squirrel knife. So I bought a second one that I'll carry with me and use, and then this one stays in my collection. So that way, if anything were to happen to the one I carry and use, I don't have a problem. But there's other knives that I won't use simply because, like, I can't replace them. They can't get them anymore, or they're just really too expensive. I try not to get those as often because, like I said, I do like to use the knives that I have. So I try not to buy knives like that very often. But admittedly, sometimes you find one that you just really feel like you got to have, and I'll get it. And then it'll just stay in my collection as a conversation piece. Another example, and it's not just traditional knives that fall in that, although quite a lot of my traditional knives fall into that category. I have knives that are in the modern category that I do the same thing with. Like, for example, this is an exclusive that was a collaboration between Remet and Blade City, and this is a wild species copper carbon fiber. Yeah, copper carbon fiber wild species. You can't get this handle anywhere else on this knife, and you can see the Blade City logo there. It was a collaboration between the two. I believe this was like maybe $80. I've seen these go for $150 on the secondhand market now. But the way I get around something like this is if I have a knife that I really like I really like this knife. It's a great knife, but I'm hesitant to take it out and use it because I can't replace it. So what do? I got the budget version. Just as good. Might not be as fancy, but they're damn good knives. Hey, Jim, how you doing? They're damn good knives. And the great part about Remet, and this is why I've been loving Remet. Remet has some really nice premium knives, but they make some great budget knives, and these are really inexpensive. Usually, like, I know this is under $50 for this one. And Remet has they have a very wide, what's the word I'm looking for? Range, I guess. Like, okay, we'll take Concept, for example. Concept has some pretty expensive knives. Concept also has another brand called Tenable, which is like their budget brand. Remet doesn't have their own budget brand. I don't believe. They just have knives ranging from premium to budget. And the cool thing about Concept and Remet is the quality on their budget knives I've been finding, or at least that I've gotten, have been on par with their premium knives. So if you don't mind, like if you need to save a little bit of money, you still find a cool knife that you'd love to get. Like, say, for example, this is, where is it? Say the Concept Fenrir, very popular knife, really cool looking, can be pretty expensive with the premium materials. Check out Tenable, Fenrir, owned by Concept. More budget-minded materials. Now, when I say budget-minded materials, yes, they're less expensive, but by no means are they like, cheap. In other words, like, low quality. They keep the same quality control. They're using less expensive materials. Yes, this one is I believe, what was it? This one's a Nitro V blade as opposed to like an S35 VN or I think a lot of them were S35 VN, Magna Cut, or M390 blade. So yeah, a less expensive blade, but still a very capable steel. Nitro V, great budget steel, micarta handle or scales. So if you want to save some money, go with Tenable. You still have a Concept quality knife that'll perform and do what you need it to do. I think they're great. The Tenable, in some cases, some people have said that sometimes the budget versions can sometimes like outshine the premium versions. I've heard people say a lot about that too. And I mean, if you're like me, sometimes when you get an expensive knife and you're a little leery to use it because you can't replace it as easily, if they have a budget version, shoot for the budget version. It hurts a lot less if you say you snap it. You keep hearing people talk about Tucson. I've never tried Tucson. I have a lot of knives from many different manufacturers. There's so many manufacturers out there. I can't possibly have them all, though. I've heard of Tucson. I've heard they're pretty nice. Yeah, their marketing's kind of crap, but I've heard good things about them. I know at some point, I'd love to be able to grab a hold of one. You can custom topo scales, topographic scale. That's cool. You do customs. If you got a website, well, I can't put it down, but I have a Discord. There should be a link on the description below for Discord. If you want to join the Discord and if you got a website, if you do custom work, I'll throw it up on there. ZT, I don't have many. I don't have any of. I have a few Kershaw. I love Kershaw. I used to collect a lot of Kershaw, and then they kind of fell off because I wasn't that big on them for a little bit because I thought their quality sort of tanked a little. And then since the Bel Air came out and the Iridiums came out, they've come back super strong, and I thought they've been freaking awesome. Yeah, and when you have models that are named weird numbers, I think it's a lot easier for people to remember when you have an actual name for a knife. That one was called the God dang it, I just forgot the Fenrir, things like that, as opposed to the TS242 is for me it's a little harder to remember unless you just repeat it a lot in your brain. I have a hard time remembering those types of models. But yeah, the majority of my collection in the beginning was, or still kind of is, modern knives. I've fallen down a few rabbit holes. Remet's been freaking awesome. They've had one of my last Remets, one of my favorite knives in my collection. It's just such a sleek and really pretty knife. This is which one was this? The Steed. This is probably one of my more expensive knives that I have in my collection. Just a little under 300. Titanium M390, blue carbon fiber flake. Just a really sleek knife. The Remet Two Face. Remet's just, I've been loving their designs. And they've been absolutely fantastic in terms of fit, feel, material, and everything. Concept's been big on that. Lately, I've fallen down the Spyderco rabbit hole, which has cost me a lot of money. I never thought Spyderco were very pretty knives to begin with, but everybody I talk to keeps telling me how awesome Spyderco knives are, and I finally grabbed these were my two first Spyderco. I got them at the same time. Ever since I got these, I now have 7 Spydercos. I love them. They're not the prettiest knives in the world, but they're just amazing in the hand. They're comfortable, ergonomic, great tools. I have, if I'm carrying my Spyderco, I have no doubt that they'll be able to perform for whatever I need to use them for. But yeah, I fell down that rabbit hole. I thought they were they're kind of weird looking, and then I got them in my hand, and I'm oh my god, I love these things. Vosteeds I have. What else? Got this. Waylon got the Spyderco rabbit hole started. They looked weird, and I mean I still think the Para 3, the Para 2 look goofy, but oh my god, are they amazing cutters? I mean, they're just solid. And these are both their salt. This is the Para 3 and then the Sage 5. My favorite's actually the Sage 5. But these are both in Magna. I actually got another one in Spy 27 because I like the Sage 5 so much. But no, they're freaking amazing knives. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at Tucson. I've heard of Tucson. But there's a reason why I use the squirrel as kind of a mascot, is because I tend to squirrel around. I'll look at something, but I'll be like, "Ooh, what's that?" And then I'll see something shiny in the corner of my eye, and then my attention just goes and does a 180. And as soon as I see something shiny, I get distracted, and I might forget what I was looking at in the first place. But yeah, these have been great. QSP, I have. Interestingly enough, SRM is picking up. I thought SRMs were okay. They're like knives on the budget side, and their latest one, the metal that I got last week, they're starting to look better and better. I hope they keep that trend, because before I thought they were looking kind of plain, but this looks pretty damn good for a sub. I think this was like 40 something bucks. Reminds me a lot about the Bel Air, because you got the reverse Tonto crossbar lock. This one I believe was it 14C? I think this was 14C. Yeah, this one's 14C 28N steel, aluminum with ebony wood inserts. And just really snazzy look from SRM, where a lot of times I thought they're good knives, but I thought they looked kind of plain. So I'm glad to see them stepping up a bit in the looks, because as far as performers are concerned, they're great performers. And SRM is crazily one of the sharpest knives, or how do I put this? Their factory edges, and I've said this many times before, the factory edges on SRMs are insane. Like, the SRM knives have some of the highest mirror polishes on their edges compared to even some much more expensive knives that I have. And every SRM, even I had this cheap, like 20 something dollar one. Not my favorite knife from SRM, because it had some issues that I didn't like. However, even that one still had a mirror, like a razor sharp mirror edge to it, and that's out of the box. Like, I didn't do anything to those, and they're crazy sharp. Ray is a kid in a candy store at Blade Show. And I wish I can go to a Blade Show. I know Texas Blade Show is going on, and I envy each and every one of them that are able to make it over there. All I can do is watch and like live vicariously through them. Hey, Prelude, how you doing? You browse a lot of. I browse a lot of knife sites. I browse a lot of Whatnot. I have like 3 or 4 sellers on Whatnot, and that's where I get some of my best deals, are on Whatnot. Excuse me. I get some of my best deals on Whatnot. And a lot of times I'll even get from some of those sellers from their online stores, like Blade City I've bought stuff from, Blade HQ I bought stuff from, SMKW I've got some stuff from. So usually a Knife Center I've got quite a lot from. In Chicago Knife Works I've got a few things from. When it comes to traditional knives, usually I get it from one person on Chasing Blades, or Chasing Blades, on Whatnot, named Chasing Blades. That's the name of the seller. Sorry. They're on Whatnot. I usually get most of my traditionals from them. Otherwise, like for stuff that they can't get a hold of, I go to like Shepherd Hills or Deadwood Knives or Wild Horse Customs. So I browse a lot of different knives. You mess around and delete a Whatnot, now your phone storage is full. You can't download it back. I get a lot from Whatnot. Now, I will say that there's a lot of you got a lot of cheap sellers. You got some sellers. I don't have the greatest reputation. I I've bought from a lot of different sellers. I've only really run into trouble with like 2, and that I won't deal with anymore. For the most part, the people I deal with on Whatnot are Chasing Blades, RL Simp, Going Gear, Blade City, and is that all? I'm sure I deal with a few more. But for the most part, Chasing Blades, RL Simp, Going Gear, and Blade City on Whatnot are who I do a lot of dealings with, or who I do a lot of purchases from. And if I'm lucky, I get some really good prices from them. I've bought from others as well, and I'm not saying that I don't buy from others because they're bad. It's just those are the ones I tend to do the most business with. Blade Runner Outpost? Wait, what? I might have gotten something from Blade Runner. I can't recall. And if you hear clicking, I'm fidgeting with that SRM. I pick up a knife, and if it's a fidgety knife, you're gonna hear a lot of clicking because I can't help it. I do that a lot. Now, you've only had issues with Going Gear? I've never had them ship anything no, I've had some stuff, but not a lot in a padded envelope. But I've even had Going Gear so far has been okay. I haven't run into any problems. No, I shouldn't say that. I ran into one problem. I got an exclusive from Going Gear. Okay. And when I got it, there was a crack surprisingly enough, in the G10. And now, understandably, they couldn't replace it because it was a limited exclusive and they had sold out. So I couldn't get a replacement for it. But they were very kind enough to get, they got me credit, and I could apply that to other stuff. In fact, I ended up getting another Spyderco using that credit. It was kind of a bummer that I couldn't get a replacement for it, but again, understandable because they sold out of them and it was a very limited exclusive. So that kind of sucked, but they handled it well. I didn't run into any problem with that for other than that, and they did good by me anyway. But I haven't tried. I know they have a subscription box. I never tried their subscription box. I do have a subscription to Monthly Knife Club, which actually should be on its way soon. I usually get it towards the end of the month, and it's the 21st now, so I should be seeing that relatively soon, probably within the next week or two. Probably within the next week. Yeah, customer service is everything. Going Gear did well by me, so they've been pretty good. The only ones I've been kind of lucky. The only ones where I've ever had to deal with customer service are Going Gear, which they did well. Kaiser, I got like this. I had gotten a trestle from Kaiser that was just. So I was surprised that it went out like that. Like, it had like epoxy, like sitting on the scale. It had chemical spots on the blade. It was just bad shape. I don't, like if somebody was QCing right, it should never have gone out. But when I contacted Kaiser about that, they took care of me. The funny thing is, I contacted them. They said, I sent them pictures. They understood where I was coming from. They said they shipped another one out immediately. The shipping company lost or delivered the package to a different building, and I wasn't able to recover it. So they sent another one out. When I explained to them, I never got the package, they said, well, here's a picture of them delivering it, and it clearly showed it wasn't my building. It went somewhere else. They delivered, whoever delivered it brought it to the wrong place. And so they were like, oh, well, crap. And then they shipped out a third one. So Kaiser shipped out a third one. That one got to me. So I can't blame Kaiser for the shipping because that's a separate entity. That's not Kaiser's fault. You know what I mean? That's whoever they use. I forgot the name of the company that was doing the shipping. But I don't blame Kaiser for that. But they're probably going to recoup the loss through the shipping company. Okay. Uh, but they were pretty quick to go ahead and go, oh, okay, I see they delivered it to the wrong place. You weren't able to recover it. We're shipping another one out. So Kaiser has done great by me. The only other place that I have had to deal with in terms of customer service was Tecto. If you're familiar with Tecto, I only have like 2 Tecto knives, both of them automatics. This is the Humvee from Tecto. They're the only other company I've dealt with in terms of customer service. My Humvee, I was fidgeting with it, and I popped the blade out, and it wouldn't retract. So it was stuck in this position. It wouldn't go back. It wouldn't go back inside. So I contacted Tecto, explained to him, knife broke. It won't go back inside the handle. And they were like, no problem. They sent a labeled or they sent me a label to return it, and they got it fixed and was sent back to me within, like, I didn't take too long, within like a couple weeks, shipping it out and then shipping it back. So, but they were, they didn't give me a hard time at all. They understood, like, oh yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Get it back to us and we'll take care of you. So Tecto is another one where their customer service has been really, really good. So yeah, customer service is everything. I mean, of course, yeah, you want a good product, but you want to know that if something goes wrong, the company is going to take care of you. So those 3 are the only ones that I've had to deal with personally, and they've all been really, really good. So yeah, it says a lot about a company. So yeah, I don't have problems with Going Gear because they took care of me on that, and that's not even a manufacturer. That's Going Gear as a seller. As a seller, they took care of me. And the other 2 with Kaiser, because that knife I actually bought direct from Kaiser, and then same with the Tecto knife, I actually bought direct from Tecto. I didn't go through another retailer, which is why it went straight to them as opposed to the retailer when there was something wrong with the knife. So I went back to Going Gear for that one knife, and I went back to the manufacturers for the other 2 because that's who I got it from. But yeah, they've handled it pretty well. I didn't get any, like, they didn't put me through the ringer, ask me a billion questions. I think the most was Kaiser going, oh, that sounds weird. Can you send us pictures? Sent them pictures. They're like, okay, yeah, we see that, and then we'll take care of it. In which I can understand as well. So no real complaints in that regard. They've been pretty awesome. You've had problems with the mailman dropping stuff next. I have that sometimes because I live in an apartment complex that has several similar looking buildings, so that happens on occasion. However, a lot of times they're like, people in the area are pretty nice. They notice, oh, this is not this building, and a lot of times they'll walk it over to the build. Like if it's not far, like the next building over, they'll just walk it over to the building or something like that. You miss getting Going Gear? Do they? I don't know. I've never done their. As far as I know, they're still sending awesome stuff. I guess I've never done their subscription box. The only stuff I've really dealt with in regards to Going Gear has been through Whatnot. Jay on Whatnot, I believe his name is Jay, who does a lot of the selling on Whatnot. He's the only one I've really had contact with. I bought something, maybe one or two things. I bought something from their website only once, but that's because I got that credit from the that knife I had to return because of the cracked G10 on it, the cracked scale. So you can't use a credit on Whatnot, unfortunately. So I went through their website, and then I ended up buying. I think that's where I bought the Maddox. I believe that's what I used to get this. The Spyderco Maddox 2, because I've wanted to check out their locking system on this, which is really nice. I like this Maddox 2. Just freaking love this thing. Again, maybe not the prettiest knives in the world, but holy crap, are they nice to use. They're like, when you need a knife I mean, all knives to me are tools. But if you're looking for something to perform well and not just look good, Spyderco's perform very, very well. And they've been in the game for a very long time. They know how to do their steel right. They know how to treat the steel right. And they're just freaking amazing knives. I stayed away from them for so long simply because they looked weird. How do I get my Mannix to open like what? What do you mean? Reverse flick or Spidey. People call it Spidey flick. It's just all I'm doing is I'm using my middle finger as opposed to using the thumb hole and flicking it open that way. I use my middle finger on the other side. I'll get my nail in there, and then I simply quickly extend my middle finger. That's it. They call it the Spidey flick or the reverse flick. It's really easy to do with Spyderco knives. I think that's why they call it the Spidey flick. Because it's super easy to do with that thumb hole on the Spydercos. You can do it with knives that have depends on the knife. Some are easier than others. If they have a thumb hole, those tend to be the easiest. Like this is a Concept Model 6. So it tends to be really easy when you have a decently sized thumb hole. You can do it with some. You can do it with the thumb studs. I'm trying to find one with a thumb stud that I can use. I never tried it on the Bel Air. You can do it with a thumb stud if the thumb stud's in a good spot. You place your middle finger behind the thumb stud. And well, I don't know about this one, but some are easier than others. Usually, if it has a thumb stud, I'll just use my thumb. They're easy enough to do that. If it has a thumb hole, like a Spyderco, I'll usually reverse flick it because I just find that fun to do. But yeah, that's a reverse flick or Spidey flick. Some knives that don't have holes in them. I'm trying to find one here. They have a fuller. God dang it. I gotta find one that has a fuller. I know I have a knife that has a fuller around here somewhere. I can't remember where it's at. Good God, I know I have. What knife do I have that has a fuller that I know I can flick open? Good grief. Nope, not that one. Not that one. I have too many knives. Nope, don't have too many knives. Can't have enough. Crap, damn it. Okay, I can't find one with a fuller on it. Crap. A fuller is basically... Well, I don't know if I could do this one. This one has a fuller on it, but it's really small. Yeah, I can't do this. This is a fuller. This one's just not very deep, and it hides in the handle, so I can't reverse flick this one. That was a Concept Orion. Yeah, I don't know if I have one. I know I had one with a fuller on it that I would flick open every now and then, but I can't for the life of me figure out where I put it. It's in one of my cases. I don't know which one. Oh, here it is. Okay, this one is a Tenable Bomber. It does have a finger hole on it, but it has a really deep fuller on either side of the blade, and it's deep enough that if you get your finger, I can put my finger low on the blade along that fuller, and you can use that to flick it open as well. And because it's such a deep fuller, it works pretty well. It's not as quick, but this is a very chonky knife too. It's not the speediest knife in the world. You've got a lot of steel on this thing moving. But yeah, I can still reverse flick this one pretty well. Big honking knife. Is anybody here? Oh, hey, Dan. I did sell some of my collection on Whatnot. So I have sold on Whatnot before, but I generally don't sell on Whatnot. I'm not a retailer. I'm a collector. If I decide like, oh, I need more room for new shit, I might sell more on it. But again, I'm more of a collector than I'm into the selling bit of it. I have stuff still on Whatnot in sale in my Buy It Now section, but I don't think I even have any knives there. It's just stuff that I still had left over that I was trying to sell. And so I just leave it in the bin in case anybody wants to buy it. Like I have some guitar pedals, some paracord lanyards, and a few other things, like random stuff. I don't even think I have any knives for sale in the bin. Just really random crap. Hey, Silas. Hope I'm saying your name right. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I'm missing anybody or haven't said hi to anybody. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, again, this one was kind of. I almost didn't hold this live today because I wasn't sure what I was going to do, since everything's been so busy. I haven't even been able to put a video out in an entire week, and I feel horrible that I haven't been able to put a video out, but I just haven't had the time with everything going on. So I felt compelled to still at least run my live, and at least show the two new knives I got. So generally, what I do at this point is either I'm doing maintenance on a knife, which I was thinking of doing some sharpening on a really cheap knife for shits and giggles, or just opening it up to chat. So if you guys have questions on either knives that you've seen on my channel or just questions on knives in general, I don't claim to be an expert on anything. I have been collecting for years, but I'll be damned if I call myself an expert, because I'm learning new things every freaking day. In fact, I've learned more running this channel. This is another reason why I love this channel. I've learned more about pocket knives and just knives in general doing this channel than I have in the years of collecting pocket knives. On the downside, I've fallen through more rabbit holes running this channel than I ever have. But I've learned so much just chatting with everybody, holding my lives, doing this channel, that I've been loving every minute of it. Do I get any GEC? I want to get my hands on some GEC, except they're really expensive. And I know, okay, because I've had somebody say this before. Well, if you didn't buy so many lesser expensive knives, you could probably spend and get some really expensive knives. I get that. I understand that. But at the same time, like, okay, I have no doubt if I stop buying a bunch of like the case knives that I like to get, Remet knives, if I so much as just stop buying, say, 4 or 5 knives, sure, I could probably save and get myself a $600 or even a $1,000 knife. But I would be less likely to carry and use that knife because it would be a lot more expensive for me to replace. Like I said, I'm not the most gentle with the stuff I use. I mean, if I'm carrying a knife, it's a tool. I'm going to use it as a tool, and it might not be, like I say for work, I'm cutting a bunch of zip ties, boxes, cordage, and stuff like that. I'm going to put it through the ringer. And sometime, I'd rather have, I feel better if something happened to, say, my $140 Bel Air compared to my $600 whatever. If you understand my meaning. So, yeah, I stick generally to budget, or I think the most expensive knife I have is probably just a hair under. It's actually probably more than $300, but because I try to find the best deals, none of them I've paid more than $300. And it's just because that's me. I know people that carry much more expensive knives than I do. and I don't have a problem with it carrying the knife. I just know that I can't replace it as easily if I were to do something. Chavez. I'd love to get my hands on a Chavez. That's another one I just haven't yet. Again, I get distracted really easily. There are Chavez is on Whatnot. He sells his knives himself on Whatnot. I've checked his show out a few times, and while I'd love to get my hands on one, they also, at least the ones that I've looked at, tend to be on the pricier side. So I'm like biding my time to where I can get a good deal. I'm also trying to save money because I know Texan Blades are coming out with a new collaboration along with Chasing Blades. And Texan Blades, they do stuff like, they do stuff like this. Texan Blades is in Texas, and this was a collaboration between Texan Knives and Chasing Blades on Whatnot. And the reason why this one's kind of special to me is, other than the fact that they signed it for me, which I realize I didn't do a great job of protecting. Other than the fact that they signed it for me, the reason why this one's kind of special is it's mahogany handle or mahogany scales, and it is a stainless steel Damascus made by Texan Knives USA. They called it the Rub Worn, and I kind of had a bit of a hand in naming that. Because I would always joke that Mike from Chasing Blades rubs his knives too much when he's showing them and selling them, that he keeps rubbing them a lot. So this is one of 4 that were made called the Rubbed Worn from Texan Knives, all stainless steel Damascus, which I thought was really, really cool, and just a really nice fixed blade knife. They're supposed to be coming out with a new one, new collaboration. I don't know when they're coming out, but I know they're coming out. This one, I believe, ran about $150, $175 when I got it. So I'm also kind of trying to save money for that. There's also other knives I'm trying to save money for. Like I said, there's the axe handles from Case that are going to be coming out that I want to get at least 1 or 2 of. There's some more Cubs I'd love to get my hands on. I'd love to get a trapper, a mini trapper in this Tequila Sunrise as well. And again, I also would like to get a Tequila Sunrise Sodbuster Jr. because I really want to try burning one, because I haven't burned the knife in a long time. I don't want to burn my Tony Bow sow belly because I think it looks great as it is, but I want to try burning one and to see how it comes out. And if I'm going to burn one, the cheapest Tequila Sunrise is the sow belly Junior, so I want to get one of those. I want to get a Chavez. I just, the best place, like I said, or at least for me that I've seen, go on Whatnot. He holds shows there regularly, and there's tons. Either Chavez himself as a seller, or Blade City. I know carries a lot of Chavez. Blade City's another one, and you can get a pretty darn good deal from probably either one of them. The Redencia, the 229 is the one that I've been looking at. That's one of them. Like I said, I'd love to get them, but they do tend to run pretty pricey. I have quite a few US made stuff. Obviously I got the Case, obviously Spyderco USA. Well, not all is Spyderco. Some of the Spyderco US made. I don't necessarily chase after a particular it has to be US made or something, because to be quite honest, a lot of manufacturers have been putting some really good stuff out, not just US. And to be quite honest, I applaud it, because that means that in order to stand out and compete, you have to up your game. And if everybody is competing in that way, it's just going to be. I mean, it's a bonus for us, okay? Because if you have China making, and China's been making some really good stuff. China's been making great stuff at good prices. That means U.S. manufacturers need to up their game. U.S. manufacturers up their game. Other countries, and I'm not just saying China, Taiwan, Japan, if they want to continue to compete, they have to up their game. And it's just going to, it's going to be that whole race and quality, innovation, design, let them compete, because it's just going to benefit us as collectors and buyers in the long run. If one country's coming out with great stuff, awesome, because then that means the other companies are going to have to pick up the pace, which means they're going to come out with hopefully better stuff, which other companies are going to have to, pick up and just keep them coming. Keep them coming. I would love a Winter Blade. I probably will never see one in my hand unless I'm super lucky. Believe me, there's so many knives I wish I could get my hands on. Winter Blade's one of them. Oh God. I'm trying to remember the name. Kunwu tends to be pretty pricey. I haven't gotten into Kunwu yet. Obviously Chavez. Yeah, there's a lot of high end stuff I'd love to get my hands on. They're just out of my price range. I'm wishing. Oh, and it doesn't help that I've got oh my God, I came back. The other reason why I wasn't sure if I was going to hold today's live is because I had to go get car maintenance done. And I just got my oil change, which was like $100. But my car is also due for its 30,000 mile maintenance. And the 30,000 mile maintenance is going to run me about $600. So I was like, I skipped out on that for now, but I know I'm going to have to do it soon. So that's another thing I have to worry about. And then again, my girlfriend's in the nursing facility, so I'm going back and forth and having to do that. I still have my regular job. Of course, I have to take care of that. It's been busy. It's been a lot to deal with. I'm chugging along. It's just, things have slowed down with putting videos out. So I hope you guys bear with me and know that I still am working on stuff when I can. It's just slow going because of everything going on. Gecko Custom makes some cool stuff. I've seen some of their stuff. There's a lot of manufacturers, and a lot of these manufacturers that I find out about, it's from you guys. I don't know why I'm pointing in that direction. It's my chat thing's in that direction. That's why I'm pointing that way. It's because of you guys. Like I said, I learned more doing this channel than I've ever done in the years I've collected. Like a lot of these manufacturers I never would have heard of if it wasn't for you guys. Like I never would have known of Remet, never would have known of even Concept if it wasn't for you guys. A lot of other ones. One of my favorite ones, I only have 2 of their knives, which is crazy. But I want to get more because there's one called the Yakuza. That's the name of the model they make, but it's from Ketuo Knives. This is one that I don't carry with me because this is one of those limited ones that you can't get anymore. You can get these, but not in this color. This was a Blade City collaboration. They do make other colors. You just can't get this with the gold TIN and DLC. But this is the Mini Griffin. This is probably my favorite knife of 2025. And Ketuo has some really awesome knives. A lot of them on the pricey end. But the cool thing Ketuo has been doing is they've been making budget versions of their knives. Like that last one was titanium M390 steel, DLC coated. But they came with much more affordable versions because that one was nearly $300. This one is like under $100. The G10 Mini Griffin. 14C28 in steel, which is still great steel. G10 scales. I believe that's a G10 inlay, but it feels just as nice, functions just as well as their premium, but under $100. And so Kettlewell's been doing some really cool stuff. I want to get more from them. Unfortunately, these are the only two I have from Kettlewell right now. I'm hoping to get my hands on one of the Yakuzas. I'd love to get a premium Yakuza. But those are running... I don't know if they have a budget version of the Yakuza or not. Last I checked, they didn't. I think they just came out with like the budget version for like these G10 mini Griffins. I'm pretty sure they have the regular size Griffin, like a G10 version. But I'll have to check to see if they're doing the Yakuzas yet. Hey, Stacy, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hey, Clint. Well, oh my God, a lot of people up in here. Thank you guys so much for coming by. Mike dropped. How you doing? I just realized that I didn't have my right chat up, so things are a little slow, or my chat was coming up slowly. Welcome to the stream, everybody. If you haven't guessed, I am the EDC Squirrel. I like to do a live chat on Saturdays. Normally, I pump videos out. I haven't done any this week because it's been busy. Like really badly busy, but I wanted to keep continuing to do my live on the weekend, and I just love chatting with everybody about knives. I'll show some new stuff. These two were the new ones I got this last week, but I just love chatting about knives, talking about knives, learning about knives, sharing stuff. So, like I said, if you got any questions, stuff you'd like to share, stuff that if you want to do like your own little show and tell, I do have a Discord. The link is in the description below. I love seeing other people's collections. I love seeing their knives because a lot of times that's how I discover new stuff that I might like. How come I don't have any Rosecraft traditional knives? They make excellent stuff. It's funny you should say that. I have my eye on some new Rosecraft that are supposed to be that I don't know if they're out yet already or not. Last I heard they were coming out. Hold on a second. Now I got to look. I saw some stuff. I'm trying to remember where I saw it now. I believe it was on Knife Center. Where was it? Okay, yeah. I don't know if they were new for this year or not. But there were some new Rosecraft knives coming out, some traditional knives that were on Knife Center. And they had like these sway backs and stuff that I was looking at. I'm trying to remember where I saw the new one. And they're not that bad in cost. They look really nice. But they were like in 14C28N. Which one was it? It might have been like the Riverjack. Because I know I see some of their stuff is like, a lot of their stuff is also in D2. But the one I was looking at was in like 14C. You never cared for slip joints till you got Rosecraft? Rosecraft, I haven't had the pleasure of actually using yet myself, but I've been hearing a lot of good stuff about them. I'm really interested in getting that River Jack. Is one of them. They also have their own version of like a sow belly, except that one's in D2. It's not that I dislike D2, but I prefer my knives to be fully stainless steel because of a lot of times of what I put them through. Amanda, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. But those Rosecrafts, I do have some like saved currently in my like. Oh, okay, that is the one I was looking at. Yeah, I have a River Jack sitting in my Knife Center cart. I just haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. But I want to get my hands on one because I don't have a Rosecraft. I've heard a lot of good things about them. GEC, I want to get my hands on GEC. They just tend to be a lot more pricey. Not to say that I won't buy a pricey knife, but I try to be a little bit more discerning because I know I have the willpower of a Rock. No, Rock probably has a lot more willpower than I do. I have the willpower of a Gnat. So, like I said, I try to be a little bit more discerning. That's why I used to collect almost every pattern of traditional knife. Then I realized I should stick to my favorites, otherwise I'm never going to be able to afford to eat. But I've got a lot of Rough Rider. I have a few Queen. Obviously, Case makes up the majority of my traditional knife collection. I do like modern slip joints too, and I think they're debuting it actually at the Texas Blade Show, and I don't have an example, but I saw one from Civivi, and it's a two-bladed. It's like a combination. It had. Think of a modern thumb stud. Okay, where it had a blade with a thumb stud on it. You can flick it open just like you could any other modern knife, but it also had a slip joint. So it was a two-bladed knife, like a modern take of a traditional knife. I don't know. It's like a modern knife and a traditional knife had a baby, I guess. But Civivi was supposed to be debuting it at the Texas Blade Show. I'm waiting for them to come out with that. As soon as they come out with that, I'm jumping on that like crazy. Unless it's like stupid expensive. But I really, really want one of those. You only know the Swiss knives. If you like Swiss Army knives, Victorinox is where it's at. They're the ones that they're holding the original Swiss Army knife thing, or whatever. ABW slip joints are ABW. Who's ABW? Coming out in G10 in a couple months. Yeah, I wasn't that big on slip joints until I started collecting. It was first Rough Rider, then I got into Case. I do have some modern slip joints, which I think are absolutely awesome. Let me see here. My favorite modern slip joint probably has to be. There's two of them. One's made by Civivi. The other one's made by Kaiser, and I have a couple Civivi slip joints. This one's from Civivi. This is I forgot what they called this material. I know it's a resin material, but I forgot what they called it. This one's an Elementum slip joint. It's in their very popular Elementum profile. You have a mid stop to it. I believe this is 14C. Is this 14C or Nitro V? I believe it's 14C. Yeah, 14C 28N steel. So this is one of my more modern slip joint knives. That's one of my favorites. I'd love a Jack Wolf. Jack Wolves are also very expensive. If I can get one on sale or get a good deal, I'm going to jump on a Jack Wolf. I'll tell you that right now, though. One of my other favorite ones. This is the one I told you that I had to deal with Kaiser on. This is the Trestle. This one is done in Damascus, acid wash Damascus, also with a mid stop. Actually, they it's interesting because they made it so it doesn't do a 90-degree stop. They wanted something a little wider. They feel it's safer. But this is called the Kaiser Trestle with an acid acid wash Damascus steel blade, which I thought looked absolutely gorgeous. There's actually a bit of color variation on that blade. I don't know if the camera picks it up very well, but it does shift color a bit depending on the angle you're viewing the blade. I do want to get another Trestle in a non-Damascus because I actually want to carry this with me now and then, but I'd love to get a plain type blade one to carry with me. But I thought Kaiser's Trestle came out awesome. Now this is the one. This was a replacement because, like I said, the original Trestle I had some QC issues, but Kaiser took care of me on that. There was like a bunch of like hardened epoxy that was like that had seeped out and dried over here. Like you couldn't take that stuff off unless you chiseled it with a chisel and a hammer. And then it had like, you know how I said this is acid washed Damascus. It's like they dripped the acid, like drops of acid were left on the blade for whatever reason, and it had these weird circles on the Damascus steel, like watermarks that you couldn't rub off. So, but they were, like I said, they took care of me. They sent me a replacement. The replacement was lost. They sent me a replacement for that, and this is what I got. So these two are probably some of my favorite modern slip joints. Those two I've carried quite a bit. This one's an older one. This one's Civivi, another slip joint. I forgot what they call this one. I can't remember the name. This one's an old model of Civivi, though. This one I gotta be careful. I can't do that one one-handed. But I do like modern slip joints. I don't get them very often, but I snag them when I can. The Gateway Jack which Gateway Jack Wolf are you talking about? I wanted to get one of Melissa Backwoods' knives, but those things sold out so fast and they were so expensive. Because I was looking at, they had the ones I would love to get my hands on are the After Hours, the Gunslingers, really nice. I think that's really cool, and those run like $350. Okay, it's literally called the Gateway series. Oh, you bastards! They have to call it the Gateway. Oh no, that one's discontinued. Do they have any current Gateway series? Or at least that one's the one I'm looking at was discontinued. It was $70, but I don't see it in stock. Oh wait, hold on. Nope, no longer available. Why did it say it says in stock but no longer available? Don't do that to me. Big mean. Unless there are other gateways, but I don't see any other gateways. At least not a knife center. I'll have to look. I would love a Jack Wolf knife though. Jack Wolf is another one. Like you said, Rosecraft. GEC, I'd love to get my hands on. If Chasing Blade, because Chasing Blades, they're not keen on selling GEC because if I understood right, their margin's pretty low on that on those. They generally don't make a whole lot through GEC. I've heard that from like a few different manufacturers that's why some sellers don't sell some manufacturers because the margins just aren't there. At least not for the like smaller sellers anyway. If you're a high volume seller, you're a bigger seller, then that might not be as much of a problem. Oh, and welcome to the Discord, Stacy. Appreciate it. Bolstered blades. Oh no, I'm gonna have to look. Hey. Oh, that reminds me, because something that I saw in your bolster blades thing. That reminds me. So beyond belief, we are at, or my channel is currently at, where are we at? I don't know. Hold on a second. I gotta look. Beyond belief, my channel is now sitting at 734 subscribers. I never believed that I would even be half that. Like, I'm in shock at the number. I've mentioned it last time, kind of late in the channel or in the live. I've decided that if we can maintain 1,000 subscribers, I say maintain rather than just hit, because I've seen them bubble up and down every so often. If I can maintain for like say like a week 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a giveaway, probably a couple giveaways on Whatnot. It'll be a closed show on Whatnot, and I'll have like invite links on the Discord, and obviously you'll have to have a Whatnot. The reason why I'm holding it on Whatnot is because it's easier for me in regards to the laws and rules, since they handle everything. But I'll do a giveaway or a couple giveaways on Whatnot if I'm able to maintain 1,000 subscribers, and I'll probably give a few knives away from my collection. I've got a bunch of knives that I'm fine with parting with. Some of them, or a couple of them, are even essentially new in box, because there's a few that I've gotten like duplicates of that I don't need, and I'll be giving those away. So yeah, if we're able to maintain like 1,000 subscribers for like a week, I'll run a giveaway through Whatnot. So it's something I've really wanted to do, is run a giveaway, basically as a thanks for all the support that everybody's given me. And I'm excited to be able to do one through Whatnot. I haven't held one off Whatnot only because a lot of times the rules, regulations, and all that goofy stuff, depending on where I'm at, where you're at, all that stuff, the laws get really weird, and I don't want to have to deal with it. So since Whatnot takes care of all that, that's how I'm gonna run it. So if you're on there already, awesome. If you're not, go check out Whatnot. I'm not trying to be like an advertiser for Whatnot. I just happen to really like their platform, and I've saved a lot of money and been able to get a really cool stuff through there. So that's why I'm using them essentially to run that stuff. But hopefully, if we can do that, I'll be giving away a few knives. So that's something to look forward to whenever that happens. So as far as stuff that I might be giving out, some of it might be inexpensive. At least one of the knives I know runs retail like 50 something bucks. Obviously I don't have like huge prizes or something, but I just thought it'd be a neat thank you to give away some of the knives that I have in my collection that either I've got duplicates of and don't need, or just like I said, as a cool thank you to everybody. So I don't know how many I'm going to give away. I just know it's going to be more than one. I've got a few knives that I don't mind parting with. So I just don't have a set number yet. If I can, I should sort all that stuff out, so that way I can get a better idea of how many they're going to be. But some of them, there's going to be at least one Civivi. There's going to be at least one Cobra Tech. There's going to be possibly some Titan knives in the mix. Things like that. So there you go. That's something to look forward to, hopefully. Other than that, let me know what you got. What else you guys want to talk about? I didn't have anything set specific for today. I just wanted to be able to run my stream, chat with you guys. I was thinking of doing some maintenance on a knife, like sharpening a knife. I don't know if I was going to continue to do that yet or not. I was going to resharpen one of my, I call them box cutters, because they're essentially relegated to just, well, opening boxes at home. My junk knives, my really cheap knives that I don't care if anything happens to them type stuff, needs to be resharpened because it dulls really, really easily. But I like to use it for stuff like that because it keeps, like, I get to practice sharpening it. And sharpening a knife is like one of those, what do they call those skills? It's a skill that you kind of need to keep up, otherwise it deteriorates if you don't do it often enough. So I like using this knife because it dulls so fast and I have to keep up with it. And therefore I keep my own skills, not just the knife, I keep my skills sharp. Actually, speaking of which, where did I put that? Where did I put my diamond block? Crap, damn it. I know it's around here somewhere. But yeah, let me know what you guys want to talk about. I mean, we can talk about my collection. We can talk about your collection. If you want to share anything in particular, knife maintenance, knife sharpening, whatever, I'm open. I didn't have anything specific today. I just wanted to chat with people because I am home alone, and I don't know what I'd be doing at this point. I'm going to be using my Sharp Ball Diamond Stone. I'm going to freehand this guy. I've actually been using my Work Sharp fixed angle sharpener quite a bit, but it's nice to have a little bit of practice freehand. And I'm not going to do anything major. I'm going to be using the 600 grit side, if I can figure out what side that was. There we go. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is a 1200 grit side. I don't know why I said 600. Actually, we'll go 325. There we go. And all I'm sharpening is this. Wait, what? Play repo? Wrong channel. It's just an old gas station Smith & Wesson M&P Tonto. I don't even know what steel this is. It's just like stainless. But this is like my I call it my junk knife because it does all the dirty jobs that I don't want to use a more expensive knife on, in case whatever. But like I said, I like using this because it's good practice when I finally do need to sharpen it. And what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to find the angle of the edge, and I'm kind of imprinting it on my finger. I'm getting an idea because I use my finger as an angle guide, and in this case, my thumb. And this is another reason why I like to start straying away from thumb studs, is because a lot of times they freaking get in the way. As far as the game channel, I believe I'm going to be doing some Star Trek tonight, because I've been playing a lot of that Crimson Desert, and fun game though, by the way. I'm really enjoying that game. I don't know how easily this is picking up the grinding. Trying to get a burr on one side. And the thumb studs keep getting in the way. Like I can feel I'm hitting that thumb stud. It's annoying. I know this is a Tonto, but I work each edge separately. I'm watching my scratch marks to see if I'm hitting the right angle, which I believe I'm doing. Just trying to get to a point where I get a small, or there we go. Then I'm going to work that burr off. Actually, that's not bad already. And this is on 325 grit. I'll flip this to 1200 side and smooth that out. I don't have to do the tip of the Tonto. I'm just working on the belly today because I primarily use the belly of this knife, and I'm not trying to reprofile a whole lot, so I don't think I really need to do much of the tip. And then next time I'll probably just do the tip. Just the tip. Woo. There's my strop. I was just staring at my strop. There we are. A few light passes. We might be good already. This knife dulls extremely fast, but at the same time, and partially because of that, it's very easy and very quick to resharpen. There we go. Not bad for a quick job. And that's good for boxes again. Until it redulls. Yeah. Magazine paper, very unforgiving. But that's much better than where it was. And that'll cut cardboard. That'll cut probably another... Oh, I know. I don't know. Like, when I say it dulls fast, it'll be like maybe 50 feet of cardboard before I start noticing that it's starting to have a hard time. But that's why I have it. Another thing I've been doing, I have all this scrap cloth. And it's another thing that I've noticed gives me a good idea how sharp or how toothy a knife can be. It's just how quickly it cuts through a few layers. Like, I'll do like 1 or 2 passes to see how deep it goes. Like this. Okay, I'll do 1 pass. That's how deep it cut. It didn't cut all the way through, but it cut down to the center. But to give you an idea how sharp some of these others can be, where's my spider comb? Here's my pair of 3. I'm going to do 1 pass. And that almost cut down to the mat. I'm trying to be careful not to cut the mat. But that was one pass compared to what this was. And I haven't sharpened it. I haven't even honed this thing yet. This is out of the box. And I've already cut like a good deal of cardboard with this thing. I haven't really had, I don't think I might have stropped it a couple times. These freaking spider claws are amazing. All right. So that one is pretty much done. I don't need it to be like super duper sharp. I just need to be able to cut boxes with it. My girlfriend still has a crap ton of boxes that end up coming in. She keeps winning giveaways on Whatnot. She's not even home. And I'm still getting boxes. Like, what the hell? I can't complain. She won $500 on a giveaway on Whatnot. Not $500, but a $500 Amazon gift card, and it was legit. Freaking crazy. $500 on an Amazon, or a $500 Amazon gift card. Amazon dollar. I can't speak. $500 Amazon gift card, and it was from Cool Kicks, I believe, who was on Whatnot. The Spydercos have amazing edges out of the box. When it comes to factory edges, the top knives, the knives that come out of the box the sharpest, have been either Spyderco or, oddly enough, the budget knife SRMs. And I'm talking about like these guys. Hold on. I got like 3. I had 4. But I'm talking about these guys here. There was that SRM metal I showed earlier. It kind of reminds me of the Kershaw Bel Air. This is, I believe, the Rubik. This was the first one I got. And I can't remember what this one's called, but I think this one has a number. 255L GT. But the thing with SRM knives, I mean, look at the edge on this. I don't know if you can see it really well on the camera. But every SRM knife I've gotten has had a mirror edge to it. And they're incredibly sharp out of the box. The factory edges on these have been absolutely crazy. So yeah, Spyderco, SRM, and not that like the other knives come back as like, or come out as crap, but like even Remet. I love Remet. I love Concept. But even like those two, I'll have some knives that are like crazy sharp, and then other knives that they're sharp, but like not at the same level as like say the SRM or Spyderco. Like where these will swim through magazine paper. Like I like using magazine paper. I know it's not a tough material, but the reason why I like testing knives out on this magazine paper is because it's very unforgiving. And what I mean by very unforgiving is if there's even a small flat spot, like say slightly rolled, or even a really tiny chip that might be really hard to see, it will immediately start tearing the magazine. And the only problem with using magazine paper is it's also very sensitive to how you cut. So if you're not cutting at a good angle, the magazine can tear, and it might not even be an issue with a knife. It might just be how I'm holding the knife. Like if I'm holding it too much of an angle this way or too much of an angle this way, it could tear. But like I said, it's very sensitive to the edge of the blade. So if the edge isn't sharp on magazine paper, the magazine paper will tell you right away. And also I love the sound Like, you can hear how it cuts through. The sharper a knife, the smoother it'll sound. And also, I get a good tactile feel when it's going through the paper. And I can feel how sharp the knife edge is. And to be able to go through like magazine paper like this and curve it like that without it tearing, that's a nice edge. That's an extremely sharp edge. But that's why I like using magazine paper, because like I said, it's very unforgiving. It'll show if there's a slight defect on that edge, the paper it'll just start tearing up. The hard part is determining, is it the edge or did I muck something up with my own, because I was holding it. Because I do have a tendency, because I'm watching the screen as I'm cutting, and sometimes I do have a tendency to have the knife at a weird angle, and I'll tear it because I'm holding it weird. I'm trying to get a little better with that. But these SRMs have been absolutely fantastic. Their edges, and these are budget knives. Well, I forgot how much this was. I think this was roughly around like $50 for the metal. These I don't believe were more than $50. I'm sure these were all under $50. In fact, I believe this one was probably under 40 for this one. And like I mentioned before, I had an SRM that was like $25, I think. Yeah, it was like 25. I had reasons why I didn't keep it, why I didn't like it, but it still had that same, a $25 knife, and it still had the same mirror polished edge to it, sharp as all get out, just like any other knife. And I don't know, like I've said it before, I keep saying this, I don't know who's doing the edges. I don't know if it's a machine, if it's somebody else, whoever's doing it or whatever's doing it needs a raise, because they're doing a fantastic freaking job with these factory edges. To the point of where if they can do it on an inexpensive knife, why am I not seeing that on other knives? Like, you've got a budget manufacturer that's able to put out an edge like this. At least, and I can't speak as to the quality of the steel or anything. I'm just talking about how good the edge is made. I don't understand how some other even much more pricier, and I'm talking about like maybe 2-3 times the price, how they're not getting their edges done this well. I mean, they can do it on a knife this inexpensive. The only other ones, like I said, that are this sharp are my Spyderco when they come out of the box. Though those two have been consistently sharp across the board, regardless of the model. Hey, David, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, regardless of the model, across the board, SRM and Spyderco have been ultimately the sharpest knives that I've ever got. After that, it kind of goes all over the place. I mean, I have some really amazingly good remettes and concepts, but at the same time, I've got like at least 1 or 2 remettes that I've had to hone the edges on because they just weren't as consistently sharp as the others. Oh, I forgot about this slip joint. Here's another modern slip joint that I really love, and for another particular reason. This one's called the Squirrel. This one's from Remette. This is probably one of the more expensive. Well, and that's not the most expensive slip joint, because I just remembered some of the other slip joints that I have in my collection. As far as modern slip joint, this is probably one of the nicer ones. This one's a titanium oil slick scale, M390 steel. It's the reason why I got this in the first place is it's called the Squirrel, the Remette Squirrel. So of course I'm gonna grab it. Of course I'm gonna get it. I've got every squirrel knife that I can get my hands on. There's only 2 squirrel knives that I didn't get. One's a fixed blade by Ned Foss, cheap neck knife fixed blade called, they call the Squirrel. And then there's another one. I forgot the designer's name. They designed a knife for concept, and they designed the Orion, or at least the Orion was based off that design. But unlike the Orion, where this I believe was just under $200, the designer has a knife called the Squirrel, but I believe that ran over $1,000. And you can't, as far as I know, you can't get them anymore. So, unfortunately, that's not a Squirrel knife that I'm going to have. Yeah, this one's actually a numbered one. This one's, what, 289 out of 800 of these made, these particular ones. Not a highly limited knife, but a limited knife nonetheless. This is a really cool, I love how they did the blade with that etching. And the scary thing is it doesn't interfere with the cutting. You'd think it'd be a little weird when you're using the knife to cut stuff, but it doesn't seem to have any effect, or it doesn't feel any different. Not like I thought it would. That's another concept. Or the milling. That's the word I was looking for. The milling on the blade. Where did I have that? There we go. I have one of my weaknesses, admittedly, when it comes to collecting knives, stuff that's limited, obviously unique in some fashion. If they're numbered and limited, that tends to make me weak in the knees, and it makes me want to spend money. And also just unique and out of the ordinary stuff. Like, I really would love to see more innovation when it comes to locking systems. I've mentioned it before, I'm kind of like going through crossbar fatigue. If I see a crossbar lock on a knife, there's a better chance I'm going to start ignoring it, unless there's something else super unique about it, because I have so many crossbar lock knives. They became like all the rage once Benchmade's like patent on the axis lock ran out, or whatever happened to it. That I like. It's not that I dislike crossbar locks. They're actually fantastic locks. I just have so many of them. I want to see new types of locking mechanisms, or at least different types of locking mechanisms. And so I start gravitating towards, like with the Spyderco's, the reason why I got the Para 3 and the Sage 5 is because they had compression locks. Those were locks I'd never had in my collection before. So I explicitly wanted to get those two. That's why I got the Manix 2, is because it had this, I don't know what they called this. I forgot what they call this. I believe it was like a ball bearing lock. And even though it operates similarly in terms of how you manipulate the knife it operates similar to a crossbar lock. It's much different internally. So even though it operates similarly, I still thought it was really, really cool simply because it wasn't an actual crossbar. And I really like this knife. One of my favorite ones is, like, it's not even easy to use. It's just super cool and unique, is the Hazard by Concept, because it has the Bally lock. And it's not a button, it's not a crossbar or switch, it's this lever you have to pull out, which then allows the blade to move. And it only moves when it's out a certain distance. So, if you have it out accidentally, it won't close on you if it's not out all the way. It does have a little detent to keep the lever in place, so it's not just going to flop out. But stuff like this, it's just interesting. It's different. People thinking about new ways and new locks. That this is the type of stuff that's been drawing my attention lately. If it has a new type of lock, a different type of lock, just things like that. That's what I'd love to see more of. That's another reason why that Civivi has got my attention, is because it's like a melding of a modern flickable knife and a slip joint, because it contains both knives in one little package, which intrigues the hell out of me. Put that one away. Ugh. But any questions and anything that you've seen, chat with me. I love sharing this stuff. I just love talking to you guys about this stuff. I still haven't heard anything. I don't know if you've heard anything yet, Wayland. Was it you, Wayland, that you said you had a buddy that might be looking into these? I still haven't heard anything on this freaking HX Outdoors. I've been digging around, and nobody has come up with anything new yet. I will say that it's finally smoothed out. I can actually reverse flick this now without any problem. Unlike when I first got it, the detent was so crazy strong that I couldn't even use the thumb hole. But now I'm able to manipulate it with reverse flicking. I still haven't heard anything in regards to the steel treatment on these yet, because I still think this is a crazy price for S35VN steel and titanium alloy scales. Like, I find it, I really want to know how good the treatment is on this S35VN steel. I almost don't care about the titanium scales. I just want to know that. I want to know what the hardness is. If it's within where S35VN steel should be. He hasn't tested them yet. He will eventually. I hope he does soon, because again, this thing was like less than $45. Even the Crossroads from Case aren't that inexpensive. The Crossroads that have S35VN steel, even those aren't that cheap, as cheap as this thing. Like, the price on this boggles my mind. So I kind of expect to find something bad with it, but obviously I don't have a way to test it. I'd love to see somebody with all the right equipment and somebody much bigger into metallurgy and stuff like that look at this thing. I do have some opinions on it. It does, first of all, it does work pretty well. Again, it did take quite a bit of break-in, because I wasn't able to, there's no way I could reverse flick this thing. I still can't really use my thumb because, I don't know, it's an odd shape for the hole. But now, after literally fidgeting with this over and over again, I'm finally able to not have to use the rear flipper. So it's smoothed out. It feels good. It's well centered. There's no blade play or anything like that. It's decently sharp. I mean, it's not like the level of sharpness that Spyderco or the SRMs were, but it's sharp out of the box, and it's relatively comfortable in the hand. I'd love to go with a slightly thicker handle, but it's not bad. It's relatively comfortable. The only other qualm, the price is throwing up red flags. The only other qualm I have about the knife, if you disregard the price, is their profile. I think that Tontos look pretty cool. This one, I wouldn't so much call it a Tonto, but they do have a secondary point here. Hold on, focus. They do have a secondary point on the blade, and I'm just not fond of secondary points, mainly because since I do all my own sharpening, they just make it a pain in the butt. So admittedly, if I ever have to sharpen this blade, I will probably end up reprofiling and smoothing that point out and just making it like a just one single belly, as opposed to keeping that secondary point. So that's my only other issue with it, is how do they get it so low and that secondary point on the blade edge. Other than that, it's actually not bad. Now, I haven't done a lot of cutting with it, so I haven't been able to compare it, say, to any of my other S35VN steel blades. So I can't say whether it's holding up with them or not. But I'm kind of waiting to hear. I'm kind of hoping to hear something first from somebody. No, I understand that. But there's particular, when you look at metallurgy, there's particular things that happen within blade steels, and there's a reason why the cost goes, costs fluctuate in so many different ways. A lot of it has to do with treatment. There's a reason. There's a reason, for example, like now I have knives, obviously, of various different types of steel. And there aren't too many steels that I dislike. Okay. But my favorite steel is MagnaCut. And there's a reason why it's my favorite steel. Is because of the metallurgy, its overall I'm losing words to my brain. Its overall characteristics are outstanding. So how do I put this? Usually when you're dealing with steels, the characteristics of steels that people look for are corrosion resistance is one, toughness is another, blade retention is another. Okay. And usually when you're looking at different blade steels, you've got, say, we'll take D2, for example. D2 steel has amazing blade retention. Amazing blade retention. Like if you were to put it up on a chart, probably like a 1 through 10 chart probably hits like 9. Okay, with 10 being like awesome. But its corrosion resistance is kind of. And when you're looking at blade steels and you want something, say you want something that has better corrosion resistance, well, you can get a steel that has better corrosion resistance than, say, D2 steel. But you start to lose other characteristics. It's like a seesaw. Good grief. I might be explaining this like complete ass. It's like a seesaw. If you want better toughness, then edge retention is going to suffer. If you want better edge retention, toughness is going to suffer. If you want better corrosion resistance, something else is going to suffer. Okay, it's like a seesaw effect. You want a good characteristic on one thing, something else is going to drop down. Okay, the reason why I like MagnaCut is overall, like across the board, its characteristics are all really, really good. It might not have the best edge retention, but it's got great edge retention. It might not have the best toughness, but it's got great toughness. Okay, what I'm saying is that it might not be the strongest at any one category, except for maybe corrosion resistance. It might not be the strongest in any one category, but it's really, really, really good in terms of jack of all trades. Usually when you got a steel that's a good, usually when you get a steel that's a jack of all trades, they're not really good at any of them. They can do everything to an extent, but they're not very good at any of them. MagnaCut is like a weird offshoot where it's a jack of all trades, but it's good across the board and exceptional at corrosion resistance. That's why I like MagnaCut. Is I get good edge retention, I get good toughness, I get really excellent corrosion resistance, and just everything like overall is really good. They're actually coming out with MagnaMax now. I think MagnaMax is going to be a new one for 2026, so expect MagnaCut to possibly even drop in price because MagnaMax is going to be like the new thing. And I forgot what it was with MagnaMax. I think what they were doing was they were working on increasing its edge retention while still keeping everything else about as high as, as MagnaCut normally is, if not higher. So that's going to be like the new your new magic steel. I don't know if I'm ever going to get anything Magnamax, only because I'm pretty sure that once the new knives that have Magnamax come out, they're going to be insanely expensive, because usually any new steel is going to be insanely expensive. S35 is still considered a premium steel in many circles. Admittedly, it's probably, I guess, on the low, like, if you put all the steels that were considered premium on a list, it's probably on the lower end. It's still a really, really, really good steel. But yeah, price range, it's probably one of the most affordable of the what's considered premium steels. You still don't see them too often in knives that are under $100, with the exception to the Crossroads, and maybe a handful of other knives. I've seen S35 at a little under $100, but they're usually still hovering around that $100 mark. Crossroads, like I said before, tended to be the cheapest I've seen them at, with this being the ultimate cheapest. The thing that blows my mind, though, is it's because you've still got, it's not just the S35V in steel, but you've got the titanium alloy as well. And you also have to consider not just the cost of the steel, but treatment does incur its own costs. So how well are they treating the S35V in steel? Sure, you can come up with a cheap S35V in steel knife, but if you're cutting costs by not treating it the way, to the point where it needs to be, it's going to be utter junk. And that, it almost doesn't matter what kind of steel you're using. If they got MagnaCut and they weren't treating it to the point of where MagnaCut's at its optimal, then it's junk, even with MagnaCut steel. So yeah, and treatment is going to incur some costs, because you're going to need to do, it's going to require specialized treatment in order to get that hardness and whatever. So I can't speak for how much that technically is going to cost somebody, but I'm trying to figure out, because think about it, they're needing to make money, so they need to make a profit. So right there, okay, you got this going to retail for like $45, roughly, just under $45. The company needs to make a profit off these knives. Usually, at least I've seen, now I don't know entirely about knives themselves, but usually you cut that down to like maybe, I don't know, 50%. Which means base materials and stuff like that's going to be like under $20. So they're getting titanium alloy S35V in steel for less than $20, I'm guessing. And again, these are, I'm guessing on these. I'm just surmising. But then you have manufacturing, you have and in manufacturing you have costs like, the treatment, the cutting, the treatment, all that other stuff, the other materials that go into this, screws, pivots, you have, and it comes in a case. So I can't imagine these cases are very expensive. They're not exactly like, waterproof, Pelican cases. But these themselves incur a cost. And these are included with that $45 price point. So now the cost of this knife like, how much are they making off each of these knives? It's got to be worth it to the company. So again, and also the color treatment on this titanium is actually really nice. It's got that like I forgot what they call it, but like if you tilt it in different directions in the light, you get a little bit of purple. You get purple sheen, blue sheen. It's really kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, it looks great. But like I said, when you got a knife that has this material, that type of blade steel, does look pretty good, comes in a case, and you're paying less than $45 for it. Yeah, red flags go up everywhere. Because, no other knife with this material costs that, is that cheap. And usually I come from the understanding if it's too cheap to be true, it probably isn't. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any way of testing it. This is why I'm hoping somebody takes up the gauntlet and is able to perform actual testing on this knife and tell us, is the treatment of the steel good? Is the titanium alloy what it is? What they say it is? Is the steel even what they say it is? Is this even really S35 VNC? I don't know. Now, it is a U.S. company, but this is not a USA-made knife. I don't know if they're. I don't know if they're put together in the U.S., but it's definitely not entirely U.S. made. I'm pretty positive about that. But yeah, less than $45 and you're getting all this. It's just one of those sounds too good to be true. So I'm hoping somebody's able. I'm hoping somebody's able to test this. If this is in fact what they say it is, if it is good titanium alloy, if it is actually S35 VN steel, and it is treated to weight like it's that at the hardness that it's supposed to be, then oh my God, this should be making some massive waves, like massive waves on the knife market. It should be making insane waves on the knife market because you got material on this that from a lot of my other manufacturers you're not going to see. There's manufacturers that have S35 VN titanium steel and none of them are under $100. And before you mention Case, keep in mind Case does have S35 VN steel blades, but they have G10 scales. So you've only got like the S35 VN steel on those Case crossroads, not titanium scales. So even I can understand why those Case knives are a little less. But if you couple this, yeah, you're not seeing that for under $100. If this is what it says it is, and it's treated well, this should literally be making tsunamis across the knife world. Why would you spend more for anything else? So that's why I have questions on this. And even then, it feels good. It's a nice knife. It's decent. I'm sure it's going to cut. But like I said, if I'm really curious about it because I have a hard time quantifying that price for those materials. I know I focus a lot on the S35 VN steel, but I also understand it's a lot more than just the steel. There's a lot that needs to go into it. And I just don't know how they make a profit on that, unless they're fine with making like maybe a $5 profit on the. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. At least that's my view on it anyway. And believe me, I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to find out that that's an amazing knife because fuck, I got a great knife for $45. And at the same time, it's like I want to be able to go back to some of the other manufacturers and go like, hey, they could put this out for $45. Why is yours $200? You know what I mean? Like I said, that should be making tsunamis. Oh, I've got knives from China that are S35 VN steel, Waylon. It's not about where it's made. I just want to know that it's actually the steel that it is and that it's treated to the right. And like I said, from what I was able to dig up, the company is US. But believe me, there's so many companies that are like US, but they acquire all their stuff, either the materials or the entirety of the knife being manufactured plus materials are all offshore. Like, all different countries. They're not the first one to be a US company that uses foreign material and labor. It just seems shady to me. I'd like to be wrong. I'd like to be wrong. I mean, yeah, it's a cool knife regardless. It is. It's a cool knife regardless. But if I'm not getting that's still false advertising. To me, that's wrong. If it isn't what it says it is, that would be false advertising. To me, that's wrong. If it's for example, if you're going to put out a $45 knife, just be honest in what it is. If it's a good knife, it's a good knife. It'll sell. Regardless of the cost. If it's a good knife, it'll sell. But don't tell me it's one thing and it's not. Or it's just as bad, in my opinion. Say it is that, but it's not treated right. Because that would be shady that would be shady also. Like, I don't care if somebody says this is Magna Cut, awesome. But then you find out it's soft as butter, won't hold an edge, soft as butter, and was treated like crap. I don't care if it's Magna Cut, it's ass. and whoever was selling it is being shady. You know what I mean? Oh, I got this for $45 because that's what it was. It was like just under $45 on Amazon because that's where I got it. I missed my chance because the reason why I got interested in these is I saw them on Whatnot. Somebody was selling them and they were doing an auction and they were going as low as like $30, $35. So I wanted to try a chance at it. I lost out on the auctions. I never could get one. I finally just bit the bullet, decided to grab one on Amazon. But yeah, I've seen them for less. I've seen them go for less on auction. So they're even less on auction. On their website, I believe on HX Outdoors website, they say they're like $70. So HX Outdoors says $70 for this. Amazon got it for like under $45. Hell, and Whatnot, they're going on auction for like $30 to $35. Do you see where it's like all over the place? It's like all over the place. And I don't know if they picked those from an OEM list or not. I have no idea. It's possible. I really haven't been able to find all that much on them. Like I was surprised to find out, that it's a U.S. company, but that could mean a lot of things too, still, and doesn't necessarily mean that just because it's a U.S. company doesn't mean that just means the company's based in the U.S. That's it, really. But yeah, I really hope I hear something soon because I'm just curious about it. I'd really like to know because they've also got other knives. And the funny thing is they have knives that are in D2 steel. And I believe it was aluminum. I'll have to look again. But they have knives that were D2 steel. And those were maybe $5 or $10 less on Amazon, if I remember correctly. They're like $5 to $10 less. This knife, okay, I remember when I got this knife. I've had this knife for a very long time. At the time, I thought it was pretty darn cool. Before I got into all this other stuff and learning more and more about knives, I thought it was pretty cool. This was $35. The Smith & Wesson. I remember how much this was. It's like $35, $40. And I couldn't even tell you what steel this is. And I'm pretty sure I don't even know what the scales are made out of. I'm pretty sure it's like a stainless steel scale maybe aluminum. It doesn't feel like aluminum. But I couldn't begin to tell you what kind of steel the blade's made out of. I'm guessing with how easy it dulls and how easy it is for me to sharpen up. My guess is like 440C steel. That's my guess on this because I didn't recall seeing it listed anywhere. So yeah, I'm taking a wild guess. 440 steel on this one, probably. And this was like $35-40. Hey, how you doing, Emerald Wolf Tier? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, you can see why I'm very passionate about wanting to figure out what the hell's going on with that thing. It's a mystery to me, and it's bugging me that I still can't find any more information on it. It chaps my hide. So hopefully somebody will be able to do more testing on that one. I kind of want to start cutting with, doing more just random cutting with it. Like maybe chopping through a bunch of cardboard to see how long it lasts before it dulls and comparing it to one of my other S35 VN steel knives. Maybe I'll compare it to one of the Crossroads because I use those all the time. But maybe I'll take this knife. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know if I'll record it. I should probably record it just for posterity and a record. But yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll record it. Maybe I'll go collect some cardboard. And kind of like how Neves does it, a few others have done it, where I'll just start measuring and cutting through. Like I know the way Neves does it is he'll cut through cardboard until it stops smoothly cutting through paper, like when it gets noticeably dull. And maybe I'll do something similar to that. Like I'll just start cutting through cardboard, cutting until I can't cleanly cut through paper. And then I'll get a measurement out of the cardboard, and then I'll take maybe one of my Crossroads, which is S35 VN steel, and then cutting through cardboard using that, and seeing how quickly or how long that goes before it can't cleanly cut through paper. What I want to do though, actually, I don't know if they have the same edge, because I want to try to get something, or I'm saying Crossroads, I want to try to use something that has a similar blade edge angle to it, because I know that could change things if I use a knife that has a different that was sharpened at a different angle than this. So I gotta try to figure out what angle this was sharpened, the bevel is at, try to find a knife that I have that's S35 VN similar angle and maybe go about it that way, and then maybe I can see if there's a difference to like how long this lasts in comparison to that other one. But that's about as scientific as I can get. I know like Outdoors 55, he has something that actually measures hardness, and it ends up dimpling the steel and it'll tell you the hardness. I don't know if Neves has anything like that or whatever. I'm just hoping somebody will do it. I know you said your friend hasn't got around to it. He needs to get to it. I want to know. I'm impatient. I want to know. But I might do that. Maybe I'll have to do that for a future video. If I don't hear anything soon anyway. If somebody gives definitive numbers, then I won't have to, because then we'll have actual definitive numbers on it. But yeah, enough of that rant. Still, pretty cool looking knife though. I got to give him that. Oh, on that note, I have been messing around with this a lot more, and oh my god. Okay, this is one of the reasons why I believe this is 440C steel on this Smith & Wesson, is because I know this is 440C steel, or at least that's what it's advertised as, 440C. This thing dulls faster than hell. At the same time, super, super easy to get razor sharp. So sharp that when I went to go test it on hair, without thinking, I ended up cutting myself. Usually, I can sharpen a knife and I can shave the hair off my arm, and I can tell you that it's like, it's shaving sharp. This one, I laid it on my hand, and as soon as I passed over a hair, it just happened to catch a wrinkle, and I cut a small chunk out of my skin. So, on regards to Gonzo knives, because Gonzo knives, this thing's like $15, and I've been testing this out, using this relentlessly, and comparing it to where's my spider come? Comparing it to this, which is the Gonzo's a clone of the Spider Codelica. Let me move these out of the way before I start messing those up. Is Gonzo a good knife? They're not bad. They're not bad if you want something cheap, and if you have no problem maintaining your edge. Like, if you enjoy having to deal with resharpening, honing, and stropping all the time, you'll be fine with a Gonzo. If you don't like doing that a lot, don't go with a Gonzo. Yes, they're cheap, but you are going to be honing and resharpening this a lot. Like, I'll go through quite a few boxes, quite a bit of cardboard with this, but it dulls really fast. On the upside, I can sharpen it super fast. And interestingly enough, not only can I sharpen it really fast, I can put an amazingly sharp edge on this really, really easily. But you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do it very frequently. If you're not into that, don't go for the Gonzo. Or if you just don't mind buying Gonzos over and over again, you can go for the Gonzo then. But I would definitely, if you don't want to have to deal with having to hone all the time and resharpen all the time, whatever, bite the bullet, save up the money, go for a Delica 4. It will hold its edge much longer. You can still sharpen it or hone it relatively easily. It's not hard to do, but it will hold its edge much longer. Personally, I think it's a much more comfortable knife. That to say that the Gonzo's bad, but there are differences. And yeah, I just know that if I use this as much as I used this knife for, like, this one's got a lot of its edge taken off. I mean, I've sharpened this dozens of times. I have no idea how long this is going to last before it starts looking really weird. Because I've had to resharpen this twice, maybe. Most of the time, I'm stropping it between uses to keep it going. But I've had to like take it to an actual diamond stone maybe twice. One other benefit though to this is you don't need any really special sharpening material to deal with it. It's easy enough. The steel is easy enough to sharpen with just, stone. You don't need a diamond stone to sharpen this knife. A nice Arkansas stone will do the job, and it'll do it perfectly fine. Or you got like ceramic rods that'll do it perfectly fine. You don't need diamond. I always prefer diamond though, because at least if you have diamond, you can sharpen anything. So I generally go with diamond stones anyway, but at least you don't need to worry about buying diamond plates. If you get a cheap sharpening stone, that'll do you perfect. But you'll just have to do it a lot. Like, I've had to sharpen that more than even some of my case knives, like the True Sharp steel. Usually, it's not the best at holding an edge, but it'll hold an edge better than the Gonzo will. Ronald, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So that's my thoughts on the Gonzo. I'll probably sum up everything in a video, hopefully at some point. But when it comes to a really, really cheap knife, they're okay. They're not bad. They do what they need to do. You're just gonna be putting a lot more work on keeping it working for you than you will the original Spyderco. The Spyderco is not going to need nearly as much maintenance as that thing. It'll hold its edge much longer than this will. It is an overall better knife, but this is not a bad clone. It's just not great. Don't expect, like, I've heard people gushing about Gonzo knives. Rein it in a little. Good grief. They're not bad. But they definitely don't hold a candle to the original Spyderco. That's from me trying, looking at it, testing it out on my own and comparing them on my own and seeing how well it performed. Yeah, it cuts great. Just doesn't last as long. And then I have to end up spending time rubbing the crap out of it with a stone. Where the Spyderco will keep going for much longer before I have to do that. I don't know if I want to test out any other cheap knives. I've seen a lot of knives. Like, I've been debating getting some inexpensive knives from Amazon to test out, because I see a lot of, like, Ned Foss. I see a lot of, what was that, Flisa is another one I see a lot of. And I've even heard some people say that Fleeces were decent, but I really got to question when knives are like $25 or less. Because like I said before, companies need to make some type of profit. And if a knife's that cheap, I mean, even, how good can the knife be? And before we get to it, because I know Rough Riders are cheap as hell. But Rough Riders are probably the only inexpensive sub $20 knife that I would ever recommend. Fleeces are different for the price, or decent for the price. I've never tried one. I get curious when I see stuff like that, because I see a lot of Ned Foss stuff. I see a lot of Flisa stuff, and a lot of them are rough clone. A lot of times they'll be like rough clones of other more popular, more expensive knives. Excuse me. But as it, like I've said before, because I've played with and used quite a lot of Rough Riders, and Rough Riders you can get for like $15, sometimes even cheaper. But they're right now they're like the cheapest knife that I would readily recommend. Readily recommend. Part of it is because they also have an excellent warranty to them too. I don't understand how they make money, how Rough Rider even makes money. I know Rough Rider has some more premium knives, but even those tend to be like around like, I don't think I've ever seen a Rough Rider more than $50. And I'm talking about like their Rough Rider reserves and things like that. I think the most expensive Rough Rider I have was like maybe around $40 or just over $40, and it was it was a limited, like ridiculously sized trapper, I think, like an 8-inch trapper. Like the thing's massive. Which I can understand it being much more pricey because of the uniqueness and stuff like that. But even then, that's still pretty darn cheap. And we're talking about slip joint knives. We're talking about like, you know, but I'll if all you can spend, you know, if somebody came up to me and said all I can spend is $10-15, I want a decent knife. Those are the first ones I point to are the Rough Riders. They might not be the best, but they do the job. They're pretty darn they're really decent for the cost. And they've got an amazing warranty. And I've used, and I'm also speaking from my own experience. They do good. They cut for a decent amount. I'll actually tell you, the Rough Riders that I've used will outdo the Gonzo in terms of cutting through cardboard. I can tell you that already. I'm not saying they're gonna outlast like something like the Spyderco, but they definitely outlast the Gonzo. The ones I've had and used have outcutted the Gonzo. And I can't remember what steel they use. I'm trying to remember what I don't have a Rough Rider like sitting out that has. Well, maybe I do. Hold on. I've used this quite a bit. This one, does it say what type of steel? This is 440B steel. It's a single-bladed Doctor's tortoiseshell Rough Rider. I've used this a lot. Still looks pretty decent for having been used. But then I also take really good care of my knives. I'm always wiping them down after use and whatever. Use this quite a bit. Maybe not as hard as that because it's a much thinner blade, but I've used this quite a bit. This was maybe just over $10, probably, maybe, when I got it. And I can tell you in terms of like having cut through boxes, this is outlasted the Gonzo already. In terms of edge retention, this little tortoiseshell has outdone the Gonzo. Not by a lot, but it's outdone it. I'm trying to think if I have anything that the Gonzo has outdone. But I can't think of any. I can't think of any other knife that the Gonzo has outdone. Unless it's another knife that's like just been insanely inexpensive. Like, I think I had an Italian knife. Oh, yeah, there was an Italian knife that was probably on par with the Gonzo that I had. But that was like maybe a $10 knife. I don't know if I still have it out. Where is it? This thing. Lockback knife. I forgot what we call this. It's like a rubberized handle. What steel is this? Is it Inox? By Balad or Blade? Oh, there's the... I know they're inexpensive. They're cheap. I think I might have gotten this for like $15. Just because it was interesting. I wanted to see what they were all about. This one I've had to hone quite a bit. This is probably about on par with the Gonzo. And I'm pretty sure this is about like $10-15. I use this for cutting boxes all the time also. It's just how I know how long this lasts before I end up having to sharpen or hone it. I will say, as far as knives that I've used a lot, the knives that have lasted the longest without having to re-hone or sharpen or just have to just really maintain, like that Spyderco, the Para 3, I've cut quite a few boxes with it, and I haven't done a damn thing with the blade yet, aside from maybe strop it a little bit. Primarily the Spydercos, because I've been carrying those a lot more and using those a lot more, and I haven't really had to do any real, do anything major to the edge to like resharpen. Like where I might have to take that to a stone to sharpen up. Usually when it comes to the Spyderco, like the Magna Cut steel and the Spydercos, or even the Spy 27, I'll cut several boxes. I'll cut, I don't know how many yards, roughly. Like, good God, when my girlfriend gets a bunch of stuff in, I'll go through maybe 10 yards of boxes just for shits and giggles, and then I'll just restrop it and not think about it. And not because I need to keep the edge on it. I usually will restrop a blade after I've been using it for a little bit, and that's all I've ever done with the Spydercos. I have never had to take them down to I've never had to take them to stone or rod yet. Even this one, which I've been trying to use roughly as much as this, I haven't taken this. I don't believe I've taken this to stone. I've just been leather stropping. Joe Black. Afterward, you'll end up buying another knife. What's one you're looking for? What type of knife are you looking for? I don't recall which ones you collected. I have a horrible memory. I haven't got many new ones this week. I only had 2. I wasn't even sure I was going to run the stream tonight. But I wanted to because I'm home alone, and what else am I going to do other than twiddle my thumbs? I don't know what I'm doing with this. These were the 2 knives that since you weren't here earlier, Joe, these are the 2 knives that I got earlier this week. Like I said, I didn't get much this week. I got the new for 2026. I got the antique bone version of the Cheetah Cub, which is that right there. And then I got, again, new for 2026. The color is new for 2026 is the Tequila Sunrise Tony Bowes Sow Belly. And I was saying before, the Sunrise looks freaking gorgeous. I'm not a big fan of orange, but I love the Tequila Sunrise. I wasn't even sure. I got it because I got it mainly because it was a sow belly and it was a color I didn't have. And so I even was unsure what it was going to be like when I got it. I mean, I did see it on screen before I bought it. But once I unboxed this and I saw it with my own eyes, I fell in love with it. It's just so nice. It looks, color-wise, it looks great to me. Hasn't started yet, and we're all chatting already. Yes, we are. Hello from Smoky Mountains. Have you been to the shop? That reminds me, I thought they had something new. I thought they had a new exclusive. I can't remember. I try to keep an eye on Smoky Mountain Knife Shop because they're the ones that like to do the peanut butter and jellies. And ever since I got my first peanut butter and jelly, I like hunting them down. If it's a knife that I like, and first of all, I don't just grab every peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, these 2 are my newest. You'll have to excuse me. If anybody wants to answer that, I just gotta hit the washroom real quick. Oh, and before I forget, I'm gonna mute my mic. Good grief, my throat, or not my throat, but my chest still hurts from whatever the hell I swallowed. I was eating food real quick and I gulped something down and it like hurt all the way down. That was a while ago. That was like lunchtime. So what did you get anything new, Joe? Did you get anything new? I'm looking through SMKWs right now. Oh, McNeese. I would love to get a McNeese. Why are you guys showing? Why is SMKW showing me McNeese knives? If I had $650 to spend on a knife, it's probably one of the first ones I'd shoot for. Yeah, McNeese are the Dixon and the others. They're roughly all like around. They're, I don't know all of them, but roughly about $650 around there. Some maybe a little less. There's a PM2 or there's a PM Mac 2 for like $528 on SMKW. I was just wondering if they had any new peanut butter and jellies come out. Because the last PB&J I got was that Kershaw, which they still have available. Ooh, hello. Good God, even my throat hurts. What the hell did I can't believe that hurt all the way down. Yeah, the Kershaw Blur. They have some Baron Sons and PB&J. All their case PB&J, they sell out within like an hour. And they're always insanely expensive on the secondhand market. Mail? No, I got my mail already. What? You need to do what I got to do? Well, other than that, yeah, no, that's pretty much been about it. Just been chatting about knives. If you guys had any questions, or I know I showed roughly that my box of case. I'm still shopping for a nice display to put them in, and then I'm going to decide which ones are going to go on the display. I've got like 2 displays set up already. I got to do. I'm going to need like another, like, I want a bigger display, like something I can put up in a corner or something, as opposed to hang on my wall, because I don't have any wall space. There's so much stuff on the wall already. Kind of like a small, thin curio cabinet or something that I can put knives in would work. Especially, I was looking at some that had like a glass. It's like a curio cabinet. They sit in a corner, but it also had like drawers in the bottom, so you could store like extra stuff in the bottom that, you know, not necessarily display. You just, I don't know, like either boxes or stands or whatever. And been looking at those, but those tend to be pretty pricey. But if I can get my hands on one of those, and the majority of those knives are probably going to go up in there. And Morgan's been kind enough to send me like a wall display that I've got a bunch of knives in. I got a tabletop, like, I don't know what you call that type of display. It was the first one that Morgan sent me that for fixed blade knives. Well, I say you probably put some folding knives on it, but it's a, I don't know if that would hold. I don't know if I have folding knives that are big enough to use on that stand. It's all occupied anyway by fixed blade knives. But I got to get some of this stuff like out of my closet and like on display, because I want some closet space. And right now it's just all boxes in there. Yeah, no, you already contributed. You don't need to contribute anymore. I'm just trying to. I'm tossing ideas in my own head of what I'd like to do. Ideally, I should just try to make something. It'd be the cheapest way to go. Maybe I should get a 3D printer. Except the problem is I don't know where I'd put the 3D printer. Because 3D printers need room. I'm already trying to figure out how I'm going to display these knives. Or I could put all my girlfriend's Labubu's in a case, and then I could put some like drawer style displays on the dresser. That'd be another way to do it. My girlfriend's got quite a few Labubu's. Kenny's been like a kid with a 3D printer, making a lot of weird stuff. You guys are going to have so much weird stuff sitting around your house you don't know what to do with. If you can master Blender, you'd make all the... No, that's the only thing is I don't want to have to bother learning any of that stuff anymore. My brain is tired. Let's put it that way. I've got a tired brain. Still sitting here fidgeting with a knife. All right. So anybody got any questions? Anything anybody would like to talk about? Because like I said, I didn't have an exact plan for this one, which is why I didn't like schedule the live, because I wasn't even sure this was going to happen. With everything going on, things are kind of like I'm kind of just like playing things by ear. Heck, my video game channel I've been hopping on early every once in a while because just, and even those I can't really say until last minute whether I'm going to be like, oh, okay, whether, when I'm going to hold it early or not. I just go, and if I find the time and I can do it, I'll do it. Because otherwise, if nobody has any other questions, I might relax for a little bit before my next stream. And then try to figure out what the hell I did with my esophagus. Seriously, that thing hurt. Like brought tears. It felt like I swallowed a razor. I was eating Chinese food. I felt like I swallowed a razor blade. That thing like seriously hurt on the way down. I was afraid something was happening, like something bad was happening. But I don't know. I survived so far. Nacho Buddha. Oh, you were just watching the Para 3 Salt video. Where does it currently stand in my rotation? Honestly? The knives that I carry probably the most often. I'll show you those. And I have a lot of knives on rotation. Sometimes I've been known to sit here, honestly, for like I'll be ready to go out. I'll be going to work or go visit, a girlfriend or whatever. And then I've realized I'm spending 15 minutes looking at my cases, deciding which knife I want to carry with me. Honestly, it kind of falls to like, hold on. Not that one. There it is. I kind of drift between these. Uh-oh. Oh. Actually, the one I carry today is still in my jeans. Where'd it go? There it is. With these, and I got a different version of this that I'll sometimes carry. It's just a different color. Oh, where did it go? There you are. These have taken up most of my. These knives have taken up most of the space in my pocket, or most of the time in my pocket recently. This one I was actually just carrying today when I was out. This one is it's just a blue aluminum scaled or blue anodized Kershaw Bel Air in MagnaCut. That was with me today. But I'll generally migrate to one of these knives and toss these in my pocket. As far as like the PM3, I think out of all of these, the one that finds its way in my pocket probably the most is between my Sage 5 and my Native 5. This one, I actually carried this one just yesterday. So this does find time in my pocket because I do like the knife. I just like the Sage 5 a little bit better. I prefer the blade shape, and the only thing about the Sage 5 that I'm realizing I'm not keen on is I love how grippy this is in the hand. Okay, like I love this knife. This knife is awesome. This one's Spy 27, G10 scales, and really nice and grippy. The problem is, I realize with this knife, it doesn't like to let go of my pocket. So sometimes it's struggle trying to get this thing out of my freaking pocket, just because it's so grippy. This one is still my favorite knife of last year, the Keto Mini Griffin. It's just a good knife. It's surprisingly ergonomic, and I mean, as angular as it looks, it's really comfortable in the hand. It's very fidgety. I mean, you've got your thumb hole, you've got a rear flipper, you got a front flipper, you've got a button activated liner lock. So it's really easy to use. It looks really neat. It just feels really good in the hand, just like the Spydercos do. And just a unique looking knife, kind of futuristic looking. It's like a Star Wars stormtrooper. But it's been a favorite for 2025 for me. Like for 2025, this was my best. This was my favorite knife. And then my Kershaw, I got my other Kershaw, which is a Launch 20, which is an automatic knife. This one I carried I was just carrying a couple days ago. But these tend to take up the most time in my pocket. Not that I dislike my other knives, but a lot of times when I have a knife that just feels really good to use, those are the ones I tend to gravitate towards. And these are all freaking amazingly excellent knives. And I especially love carrying this one. But as far as modern knives, they have those. As far as traditional knives, because every time I go out, it's gonna be I have a modern knife with me. So one of these knives is gonna be in my pocket whenever I go out. Okay. But I always carry a traditional knife as well. And the funny thing I've mentioned before is the traditional knife usually does most of the work. Like if I'll have my modern knives, but I generally don't use them unless either A, it's an emergency, or B, and it happens a lot more often than you think, I'll use my modern knife when my other hand is occupied. Like I'm holding something with one hand and then I need to get my knife out with the other. Then since all these knives can be used one-handed, that's the go-to. But if I'm not in a rush, I've got a lot of, if I'm not in a rush, can take my time, not a hurry, then a lot of times I'll use my traditional knife. And lately I've been carrying like this one around. This is the Crossroads in, it's like a modeled Rich Light scale. This was a new one for 2026 also, because Rich Light was a new material for the Crossroads. And I've been carrying this one around, S35VN steel. I love the case Crossroads. The Crossroads knives they're just excellent knives. No real fuss, slip joint. Great steel for the blade. And just overall really good knife. But I'll carry usually a Crossroads knife like this, or one of the other traditional knives I like to carry around with me. Like this one's a synthetic green version, but this is a muskrat, or something like this, although I haven't carried this one. This is a muskrat. This is another type that I like to carry with me. This is a two-bladed patterned case knife, 2 clip points each on either side. I'll usually carry that in a slip like this, or a Tony Bo sow belly, because I have others. This is just the new one that I got, but I have other sow bellies like this that I'll carry with me also. So like I said, I'll have a modern knife with me, one of these, and then in my pocket in one of these leather slips, I'll have a traditional knife of some sort, either the Crossroads, the muskrat, or a sow belly. Or sometimes a trapper. This is a trapper. This one, actually, I had this in my pocket too without realizing. This is an antique bone trapper. And this one, you got your California clip point and a spade blade. So today I actually had like a bunch of knives on me and didn't think about it, because I forgot I had this in my pocket already. Can't handle anything except a lockback because he had a case slip joint closing it. Followed by a hospital trip. Oh, the blade stopped when it hit bone. Ow! Again, like I said, if when it comes to knife usage, if it's something that I'm not in a rush, like I can take my time, and I have free use of both hands, and it's like a non-emergency situation, I'll be using my traditional knife, mainly because of that slip joint thing. If it's something that I need to do quickly, an emergency, have use of one hand, and I might be doing some weird stuff, then I'll use my modern knives. Yeah, that sounds like a bad day. That's another reason. Actually, one of the other ones I like to carry, it's a Crossroads also. But it's another favorite of mine to carry is, where is it at? It should be on my desk here. There it is. This is a Crossroads. This is another one. This one is a Barlow Crossroads. So just like the Sodbuster Jr. Crossroads, except this is a Barlow. But the nice thing about this one, it's got the S35VN steel. This one's got Rich Light for the scales, but this has a half stop where the other Crossroads don't. And that's another reason why I like carrying this one. This one I can actually close one-handed if I wanted to. And it's got that little extra added safety of a half stop that'll click to, and then you can close it the rest of the way. So that's another one that I like. Actually, another one, there's, I believe, don't the minis? I thought the mini trappers have a half stop as well. I thought they do. I don't know if I have a mini trapper out here. Yeah, I do. I thought these had, yeah, these have a half stop as well. So this is a mini trapper. This is a gray bone that I burned myself. I took a torch to it to add some color to it. And I thought it came out really well. It's one of my favorite ones. You still need to pick up a mini griffin as Sage 5. Mini griffins are freaking awesome. I check out, if you're trying to save a little cash, check out the G10s. This one is the G10. These are the ones that are they're under $100. Like if you don't want to spend a lot of money, check out the G10s. They're all excellent. 14C 28N steel and G10 scales. But they're freaking quality wise, smoothness, everything just as good as their. I mean, yeah, the material might not be premium like their more expensive brethren, but they work and move just as well, just as smooth. And if in terms of like if you were to go like do a blind test, like where you can't see what you're handling, like how it feels and how smooth it is, you wouldn't be able to tell. This is this is a exclusive, but it's a premium one with the M390 steel and the titanium and DLC carbon fiber inlay, TIN coating. And I forgot how much these run, but they can be pretty pricey. So I would highly recommend this. Also, the other thing, and there's another reason why I recommend the G10 version over the premium. While I love the premium, don't get me wrong, this thing's excellent. I love this knife, but there's one major difference between the premium and the G10, and that is the screws. Now, on the premium, they have this weird, I don't know what that is. It's not like a regular flathead. It's rounded. I don't know how I'd be able to adjust this, to be quite honest. You got that same thing down here. You got some regular torque screws there for the clip, for the pocket clip, but that's it. Everything else it's kind of weird. And then you got this 3-position, whatever that is. Now, not that this knife has ever needed adjustment. It's fantastic. Haven't had to do any adjustment to it or anything like that. No blade wiggle, no nothing. Smooth as silk. Excellent knife. So I haven't had to do anything with those. So that might be kind of moot. But if for any odd reason you need to do any maintenance or adjustment, the G10 uses regular torque screws. Nothing weird about it in terms of like needing any special tool or whatever. So that's another reason I actually recommend, other than just the price, I actually recommend the G10s. Because if you ever have to get into the knife for whatever reason, it'll be a lot easier to do on this than it is the other one. I don't even know how I would begin taking that other one apart. Not that I need to. I just know that I'd have a difficult time if I ever needed to take it apart. And I don't take knives apart all that often. So there you go. But yeah, those are the knives that tend to make it that have been making it my rotation quite a bit. Are these here? These I seem to carry more often than anything. When it comes to like home use, a lot of times I'm using this one sits out. This one sits out on a table because I've been trying to use this, and I was trying to basically use both of these knives at the same time because I was doing comparisons on the Spyderco and the clone, the Gonzo clone. So these have actually both been sitting side by side on another table. So anytime something comes in, like I get a package in and I need to cut the box apart or whatever, then I bounce between these two to keep their usage the same. So this is the Spyderco Delica 4. So I don't really carry this often, but it does get used quite a bit. And Yeah, those are the ones I tend to use the most. You were surprised by the anodized feel of the Bel Air, like it better than most metal scales. You prefer the grip of the G10 and micarta versus titanium and aluminum. It depends on, well, at least for me, it depends on really how they finish everything, I guess. Like, if I need something grippy, almost without question, it's Spyderco. Spydercos have been like the grippiest knives ever. This one, I like, but oddly enough, the anodization on the blue anodization on the Bel Air on this particular model is a lot more slick compared to like the original. Like this is aluminum as well, and this is like the original Bel Air, but this has a much grippier surface than the blue anodized one does. I just like carrying it because I just like the Bel Air. The Bel Air is an excellent knife. I also like the blue. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's going to slip out of my hand when I'm using it, but it is a slicker surface compared to the original, and definitely as far as all these are concerned, this probably has the slickest surface out of all these knives. Even this, the automatic Launch 20 has a bit more grip because of the carbon fiber inlay, because otherwise this is aluminum. It's got aluminum scales with a carbon fiber inlay, and the carbon fiber gives it a little bit more grip. This is G10. It's slicker than probably some of the other G10s that I've used. It's smoother. However, it's got these interesting cutouts, and the angular shape kind of adds to its grippiness. Like, even though the surface of the G10 seems a little slicker than most G10 scales that I've played around with, it just fits really well in the hand, so I don't feel it when I'm holding it. Sure, I feel it's a little slick when I'm doing this, but when I'm using the knife, it doesn't feel slick at all because it just fits really well in there. That it's not even really a thought. Spyderco, obviously, they're just all grippy as all get out. They're the G10, whether it's G10, the FRN scales, because of the texturizing they do on the FRN scales, super, super grippy. In fact, like I said before, the Sage 5 I have difficulty sometimes taking this out of my pocket because of how grippy the scale, the G10 is on this, the way they did the surface texturing on this is insanely grippy. But yeah, it really depends. Because I've had titanium scales that are really slippery. Like, hold on a second. This one, I didn't carry much because it's got really cool looking scales to it. And it's titanium. Where'd it go? There it is. It's titanium. I think it looks really cool. This is a Concept Mini Cryo. Titanium lightning strike anodization, but it's really slick feeling. Okay. So it does kind of have a slippery feel to it. While here we have another titanium. Now this is also titanium. Keep that in mind. But this is another knife that I used to carry a lot. I actually love this knife. This one's titanium as well. But the texture on this it's not like rough cut, but it's got like this matte feeling to it. So much grippier than that other Concept. This is a Concept Tarraco. I love this knife. And even though it's titanium, it's much grippier because of that surface texture. It feels like a matte finish, like compared to like a glossy photo and a matte photo. It has that the feeling of a matte, just a matte finish to it, and I can get a really good grip on this compared to that really slick feeling mini cryo. So yeah, it just depends on how they do the material. Hold on. Buying what to resell? Some are milled. Yeah, some are milled, given textures. Smooth and titanium stuff is just too. The smooth and titanium stuff is just too slow. Oh, okay. Well, I can understand that. Yeah, if your hands get wet or slick or oil, whatever, titanium tends to get really slippery really fast. Sometimes it doesn't even matter the texture that they do on the scales. Like where was it? Like this one's a concept, and this has a diamond texture to it. It's still one of my favorite concepts though, because it's just so cool looking. It's got a diamond texture to it. This is the Strike Eagle. Titanium lightning strike anode, but you can see the diamond like texture to it. But even though my hands aren't like sweaty, and even with that texture, it's still pretty slick feeling. Now, I don't think it's going to go like flying out of my hand, but you can definitely feel that it's a lot slicker, even with that texturing. Now, thankfully, they got a nice like finger groove here, and they got some jimping on the back of the blade, so that when I have this in my hand, it actually feels like I've got a good grip on it. But if I'm just sitting here rubbing my thumb over it, yeah, even with the diamond texturing, it feels slippery. Hey, GHV, how you doing? Aluminum could be, without texturing, aluminum can be really bad. Like I said, that the Bel Air, I still love this Bel Air, but it is relatively slick feeling compared to the other Bel Air that I have. It's all in the texture. Unless you go Micarta. Micarta's. I don't know if I've ever felt like a slick Micarta. And welcome to the stream, GHV. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a Micarta that was like slick feeling. I don't think it's possible to get a slick feeling Micarta. Oh, God. God, that chest still hurts from that thing. It depends on the Micarta. I have quite a few Micarta, handled knives that I really, really like. It really depends. Like the Crossroads, I really like burlap Micarta. Looks really cool to me. Where's my other Crossroads with the burlap? Is that it? That's not it. Like God, I got cases everywhere. Where are you? That's not it. That's not it. That's also not it. Crap, damn it. That's not it. Oh, there's a blue jean Micarta. What do I do with my black Micarta? It's probably going to slip. Like this blue jean Micarta looks really cool. And I think Micarta is just all naturally grippy. This actually feels like blue jeans. Oh, G10 inner liner, S35V and steel. I can't get enough of these Crossroads. I don't know if you guys seen the new Crossroads. I showed them last week. They came out with some new Crossroads from Case this year. And they did something that I didn't expect them to do. They finally came out with Crossroads with a pocket clip. This one's the Seafoam Green Burl G10. And as far as I know, they only have these two crossroads. There's this one here, again, S35V in steel, but with a clip, non-reversible, unfortunately, but still with a clip, deep carry, which I thought was really cool because none of the other crossroads have them. And then they came out with this patriotic one. This is the red, white, and blue burl again with a pocket clip as well. S35V in steel. They did this one different on the etching, where normally they have a double X for crossroads. They put a USA on the corner here. And now I don't have to throw this in a slip. I can just clip this out of my pocket like my other knives, and I'm good to go. And they look gorgeous. I mean, the seafoam green burl, the patriotic, both look, to me, they look absolutely fantastic. These are the only two crossroads that I know of that come with a clip. I don't know if they have plans for others with clips. I haven't heard anything on those yet. It's just a color. It's not so much a flag. It's one thing. Because I like the burl look on these. Like the swirls. And one thing to note is no two of these are going to look the same. Because the way they do the swirls on this, they're all going to look a little different. Some might have a little bit more black, like, in this case it might have a little bit more black or a little bit more seafoam green. I've seen some that were that had more red or more blue to them. I just love the swirly color to these. I think they look fantastic. Really like how they did that. And then just the addition of a pocket clip. Because, again, crossroads are probably some of my favorite knives to carry. Because they're light. The S35V in steel's got a good edge retention to it. Slip joint knives tend to not get double takes when you need to use a knife and you pull your knife out. Excuse me. I hope they come out with more with different colors too, because I really like that swirly burl color, or how they did it with those two. I haven't heard any news on it, but I'm hoping. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. At the same time, if they do come out with more colors, I'm going to be in trouble because I'm going to want them all. He ended up getting the pair 3 salt, and it's all... Did you just order one, Joe? Seriously? It's a good knife. I mean, I still think the blade profile looks a little weird, but that's me. But they are fantastic knives. I forgot who said it. Somebody in my chat said it once. They are ugly to the eye, but beautiful in the hand. And that fits them to a T. They're not going to win a beauty contest, but they're fantastic knives. And I like the salt because I like I said, I like Magna cut steel. And I'm really liking the compression lock on these. Now, let me know how yours is when you get yours, because mine did need a little bit of break-in. Like, I remember when I first got mine, it seemed like it might have been a little too tight. Like it didn't move as like this is right now. It's silky smooth. Okay, no grit, just smooth as heck. And but yeah, when I first got it, it wasn't drop shutty. Like I couldn't always flick it open because it felt like it was just really stiff. But I was just fidgeting with it constantly. I couldn't flick it open, but I would open it up over and over because I fidget anyway. And within a short period of time, it smoothed out tremendously. And keep in mind, there's no blade play in this. Like I didn't loosen it up. There's no blade play in it. It's solid. It's just super solid, but now smooth as silk. So let me know when you get yours, because I'm kind of curious if yours requires a little bit of break in. Because somebody mentioned to me when I was saying it, they were like, it just needs a break in a little bit. Just keep fidgeting with it and it's going to smooth out. And they were right. Now, oddly enough, because now this isn't my first Sage 5. My first Sage 5 was also a Salt. It was this one. I got these two at the same time. Oddly enough, my Salt, now this was a Salt lightweight Sage 5. This didn't need any break-in. It was smooth as silk when I got it. And drop shutty. No blade movement at all. Awesome lockup, nice and solid, but didn't exhibit that stiffness that the Para 3 did. So I didn't need to work this to make it smoother. It was smooth right out of the box. But I don't know what it is, but people have mentioned that the Para 3s needed some break-in. Maybe the Para 2s as well. But it worked. It's smooth as silk now. And I didn't really have to do anything other than continue to fidget with it. Yours was perfect right out of the box. See, that's why I'm curious. That's why I like to know. Your Para 3 Salt lightweight is kind of tight. Needed a lot of break-in. Is this the DLC was perfect out of the box? Okay. Yeah, I think I made that mistake with my Manix 2, because my Manix 2 had some stiffness to it. Okay. And so I thought I would, not thinking, I thought I'd loosen a little bit. If I loosened it even the slightest, I got some blade play. Even just a little bit. And just loosening it the slightest. So I said, heck with it. I finally remembered my Para 3 smoothed out on its own. So I just retightened it again to the point of where it was when I got it. And when I say it was stiff, it was like, I don't know how to explain it. I could be pulling this all the way and I'd still push the blade down. It was really stiff. But so I tightened it back out, and then I would just fiddle with the knife again. I'd roll the blade out with my thumb and just keep doing this. I'd be watching a video. And the funny thing is it wouldn't drop shut. I'd have to roll it out with my thumb. I'd push this down, and then I'd swing it a little bit to get it to move a little bit. It'd probably go that far, and then I'd push it the rest of the way. And so I'd watch TV, I'd watch a video, and then eventually it got to the point of where it would just drop shut, and it loosened up. I was able to reverse flick it without a problem. I didn't have to roll it up with my thumb, and it smoothed out on its own. So yeah, my Manix 2 needed some break-in. If I played with that at all, it gave me blade play. So I decided if I ever get another one, I'm just gonna, and if it's ever stiff like these two were, I'm just gonna keep fiddling with it until it smooths out. I'm not gonna bother trying to deal with a pivot or anything. Yeah, I don't want to. Let's just say I've had the best results with just fiddling with it and letting it break in. I'm nowhere near a hardcore Spyderco collector. I fell down the rabbit hole when I got my first two, so I'm still learning a lot about the Spydercos. But that advice that I was given, I'm just going to stick to that. I'll just fiddle with them, let them break in. And if I run into any further problems at that point, it's probably something I'll probably just call Spyderco about. If it's if I can't get rid of any blade play or anything like that. None of them have ever had blade play. Let me put that out first. But if I run into any problems, I'll probably just contact them at that point. If it doesn't break in nicely. The only time my Spyderco has had any blade play was because I fiddled with it on that Mannix 2. But that's long gone. I could not imagine living that close to Smoky Mountain Knife Works. They would have, I just live in a dumpster outside their shop. Because that's all I'd be able to afford at that point. A dumpster full of knives. The temptation living that close would be too insane. I mean, sure, I'd love it because I'd be able to walk in and play around with everything, but I'd be eating nothing but ramen every day. Polish the washers. Like, I've heard some people doing that. Now I haven't had to do anything that bad. Like I said, my Mannix 2 smoothed out, and that just took me fiddling with it. Flicking it up and whatever. If it came down to me needing to polish the washers and stuff like that, I don't know. I just don't know if I'd want to have to go to that point of having to like fix something that I would think should work smoothly new. I mean, like I said, I've heard of people doing that, and then it works great for them. But I don't know. The way I am is like if I paid that much money for something, I can understand maybe needing a little break in, but I don't want to have to take it apart to get it to perform the way it's supposed to perform out of the. I don't want to have to take it apart to get it to perform the way it should perform. Essentially out of the box, or without a little bit of break in. And that's what I've heard. It's made to break in over time. I guess what it is the whole when I've heard them talking about polishing the washers and stuff, it's essentially they're speeding up the break-in process as opposed to just like doing what I was doing and fiddling with the knife while watching a video. They're just speeding up the process by polishing the washers. It's the quick version. I just don't want to have to bother pulling it apart. but that's me. You have to keep in mind, at least from at least my viewpoint, the way I am. I work in IT. I essentially do hardware repair. Okay, where I'm taking apart computers to figure out what's going on and then replacing parts and stuff. But I also have the philosophy of the less times I have to take something apart, the less chance something's going to go wrong. At least, especially with computers, the more times you have to take a computer apart, that just introduces more chances that something's going to go belly up. And that's just like, I guess you could call it, I'm trying to think of a better way to explain it. But yeah, the less you have to take something apart, the less chance something wrong is going to happen. I prefer not to have to take things apart if I don't have to, with the exception of regular maintenance and cleaning. Because you're going to have to do that at some point, and there's no getting away from that. But if I don't have to take it apart, I generally will refrain from doing so. And also, it comes down to it also comes down to if I'm buying something brand new, I expect it to work the way it should out of the box. You know, aside from maybe a break-in period. Like I said, I can understand a break-in period, but I shouldn't have to pull something apart to get it to work when it's new. But I understand what they're doing. They're basically just accelerating the break-in process. Yeah, I haven't really done a comparison between washers and ball bearings. All I can say is I haven't had any knife that's been terribly gritty or anything or performed really bad. I think I've had like one knife, or no, scratch that. How do I put it this way? I did have a few knives that were pretty bad, and they were on washers. But before, you freak out about the washer thing, these were cheap ass knives. They were kind of crappy cheap knives. Okay, I understood that they probably would have performed super well because they were super inexpensive. I will say that a good washer, a good knife with the washers performs just as good, if not just as, just as smooth, just as good as any ball bearing knife that I've ever used. But if it's done poorly, they suck ass. If they're done well, like Spyderco, they're awesome. If they're done poorly, they suck ass. Usually it's going to be like, usually you're looking at, when it's done poorly, usually you're looking at washers like plastic washers and whatever crap they're using. I'm trying to think of other knives that I have on washers. I can't think of any. I know my Spydercos. I know I have others that are on washers, but I can't think of what. Not off the top of my head, anyway. A lot of the knives I have generally are on bearings, with the exception of like my traditional knives. Is that on? This is on bearings, right? Yeah, that's on bearings. Otherwise, yeah, the majority of my knives are on bearings, with the exception of the Spydercos. So yeah, phosphor bronze washers done well, freaking awesome. Washers done poorly, worst things in the world. At least even bearings done poorly still work. I guess. Your neighbors keep taking your stuff, Joe? Yeah, I would let it break in. Like I said, that's the one thing I learned about Spyderco. If it feels like too stiff, give it some time. And then it should smooth out. If you've given it a lot of time and it's still acting weird, then I'd call Spyderco. It took for me, for the pair of 3 and the Mannix, probably took like just fiddling with it roughly throughout a day. And then it was fine. Maybe the Mannix mount had taken a little longer, oddly enough. I don't know if it's because of the way the locking mechanism works on that or not, but yeah, the Mannix took a little longer to smooth out. I do know that. But otherwise, I don't really have any preference over either. I guess it depends on what I plan on using it for. If I have the what's the word? I can't think of words today. If I have the benefit of knowing what I'm going to need to do that day, and knowing what I'm going to need to use the knife for, I would take my Spyderco for harder and dirtier stuff if I knew I was going to be doing that day. Because the fact that they're on washers compared to grabbing something like, say, my Bel Air or anything with bearings, because I know if it's going to be like not that I do a lot of it at all, but like I knew friends that I had a friend that had a Bel Air and got a new Bel Air, but he was helping, I think it was helping his dad or something with some work around the house, and they were doing stuff that basically was, I don't know if he was doing any field work, but a lot of dust, dirt, stuff flying around. Okay. It wasn't just like cutting cardboard or opening packages, but they were doing actual work, and he was using his knife for it. I'm pretty sure it was a Bel Air. Yeah, it was a Bel Air. And when all was done, he had to take his knife apart to clean everything, because then things started getting all gunky and gritty and stuff. He gave it a cleaning. It's fine. But I know with a Spyderco, there's less of a chance of getting a whole bunch of gunk in there, and they'll generally perform. They'll continue to perform just as well, even in a much dirtier environment. I'm not saying that you still wouldn't have to give it a good cleaning afterwards. There's still going to be, there's still going to be gunk everywhere, but there's a lot less of a chance of it getting into the pivot and messing with its functionality compared to a bearing. Because a bearing, you've got added space, you got places where the dirt and whatever can get into, and then start causing issues with how smooth it works. Whereas really there's not really space between the washers. You got a very thin space anyway between the washers and the pivot of a Spyderco, so nothing really gets in there. And then if you do like what I always add a little bit of oil if there isn't oil already, and usually that'll displace anything else, and just keep like the wear and grit out. And, I've had, in regards to ball bearings, I've had ball bearings where I can feel the ball bearings, and where I've had knives with ball bearings that are just as smooth as the washers. I did notice that sometimes it depends on the locking mechanism too. I had like for example, I had one. I have one ball bearing knife that that I thought felt kind of gritty, and I realized it wasn't the ball bearings, and I didn't think of it earlier, but I found out I realized it was it was a liner lock. Okay, and it felt like it was gritty when I'd opened it. I thought initially it was the ball bearings, and I'd actually cleaned them out, and I still felt it. And then it wasn't until after I cleaned it out and I was looking at it and thinking about it, found out it was the liner lock that was causing that weird rough feeling every time I would open and close it. And it was a combination of the ball and the finish on where that the ball the detent ball on the liner lock, where it was rubbing on the blade when you're opening and closing it. That was what was causing that rough feeling, and it wasn't the ball bearings. I gave it a dab. And now I do this now with every liner lock. I'll look for where the detent ball is, and I'll dab a little bit of oil there, and the oil smoothed it out a lot. And also I know the more I fiddle with that, it's been smoothing out more and more. So I'm feeling a lot less of that weird, gritty, rough feeling. So watch where the lock, what kind of locking mechanism it is too. It might not be the bearings after all. It could be like the detent ball rubbing on the blade. I never thought about it until then, until I was just sitting there staring at it like, why does this thing still feel rough? So, other ones, like another one that I know was ball bearings that felt a little rough, and this one I knew on the onset it was because it was a crossbar lock. And a lot of times you have a crossbar lock, you have the tang of the blade runs across that crossbar as you open it. A lot of times when you close a crossbar lock, you hold the crossbar lock open so it's not rubbing on the way back when you're closing the blade. But as you're opening it, if there's any grit where the blade tang and that crossbar if there's any grit there or any roughness, that can affect. You can feel that. You can feel most of the ball. Yeah, again, to me it depends on the blade. I have some that feel like that were like really hard to tell. I had some that I could have sworn were on ball bearing. Where I know I have another knife because I know that's the one I'm thinking of. Because I thought it was on ball bearings, and I found out it was on washers. And then I had another one that I thought was like the complete opposite. I thought it was on washers, and turns out it was on ball bearings. I can't remember which one that was. And now it's going to bug the hell out of me. I hate it when I think of something I can't remember. Crap, damn it. Shit. Yeah, I can't remember which one that was. It wasn't one of my more expensive ones. I could have sworn it was. Hold on. Let me open another case. So now it's bugging me. Which one? Whoops. Dropped something. Which one was that? Good grief, I can't remember. Wait, is this one? I've got a QSP. I'm pretty sure this is ball bearings, but this is one of the quickest knives I have. I can't remember what this is running. I'm pretty sure that's ball bearings. QSP Penguin? Is that what that is? Pretty sure, and that's one of the older Penguins too. It's not like a glide lock. Pretty sure that's a Penguin. Where is it? They have like 20 billion different Penguins. Or maybe it's not the Penguin. Crap, damn it. I'm at the point where I can't remember half of what my knives are. Canary. Thank you. It's a canary. Good grief. I was going to say canary. The Penguins have the sheep's foot. Canary. There you are. And this one, yep, ball bearings. This one is smooth as all get out. And I remember having, like, before I looked it up, I was having a hard time trying to figure out what was in there. But yeah, ceramic ball bearings. This is one, I still consider this being one of the fastest knives in my collection. And why I say fastest, because I'm not even trying. It's just, it's out. This is the most impressive thing about this knife to me. I love this knife. But it to me, it just seems like it's faster than any other knife I have. Even with like my automatics. This is one of the reasons, like I pull this knife out when I talk about like, we've discussed like knife laws before and how in a lot of places automatic knives like this are still against the law. Like I can carry this one. This is not a problem for me. But when talking about knife laws and how automatics are still against the law in a lot of places because they're automatic. And then I pull something out. I pull something like my canary out, and I'm pretty sure, not without even really trying, this thing is faster than my Kershaw Launch 20. Which kind of drives the whole automatic thing kind of moot, because when I have a knife that I can deploy that fast, doesn't matter if it's automatic or not. But yeah, this thing, I still believe this is like one of my fastest deploying knives in my collection. And it's a simple knife. What is this? 14C28N, G10 scales. But that's the reason why I love this knife. Now, this one is on ceramic ball bearings. It's not on washers, but definitely like the fastest knife without even thinking about it. Because thumb studs, you don't really think about it. You just use, and it's just like, it's out. If I'm trying to do it fast, I mean, you just don't see the blade. You just don't see the blade movement. Or you barely see it anyway. I don't know what it is. It's the design or something. But I pulled that up because this is literally like the fastest deploying knife I have. Even in comparison to like, and don't get me wrong, I love my Spydercos. They're still quick. But still takes me a little bit, just to make sure, get it on my knife position, get my finger in and go. Whereas this one, because it's a thumb stud, as soon as I have it in my hand, it's out. And I think these are crazy good. They're not expensive. This is what, $45? Yeah, I think I got this for like between 35 and 40. This was another one I got on Whatnot, and I got a good deal on. This is one of the reasons why, or another one of the reasons why I go on Whatnot all the time, is because I can generally get a really good deal. I can't remember who I got this from. It was either Going Gear or Blade City. I'm leaning towards Blade City. But yeah, just crazy fast knife. I used to carry this one quite a bit, but then I got the Spyderco and shit. Really good knife if you're looking for something inexpensive. QSP are great. You get a lot from Blade HQ. Blade HQ is good. Blade City, I get the most from Blade City and probably Going Gear. In terms of when it comes to modern knives, I'm usually getting them from either Blade City or Blade HQ if I'm on Whatnot. When it comes to traditional knives, because I have a really good relationship with Chasing Blades, I get a lot of them from Chasing Blades. But if it's an exclusive traditional knife that Chasing Blades can't get, I'll usually get them from a guy named RL Simp. It's just RLSIMP. He's able to get his hands on a lot of exclusives that Chasing Blades isn't able to get. So if it's something that they can't get, I go to him. And usually when it comes to when I go to RL Simp, it's usually something like again, it's usually an exclusive. Usually something like a Coralon case, like this one here. These Coralon, they're all unique. They're also done in limited quantities. This one is a fire in box Coralon case. Got a little fingerprints on there. I'm gonna polish this up. This one, it says it right there. One of 2,500. So, I mean, they're not like super limited, but they're popular to the point of they're popular to the point of they're generally hard to get after a short period of time. And the unique thing about Coralon is the way they're put on. The guy who does the Coralon for Case, and I think he does it for Frost, and if they do Coralon, it's usually this one guy that does it, and his name is Matt. I think it's Matt Prater. Is that his name? Sometimes he has his name on the blade, but you'll notice one unique thing when you're looking at these Coralon knives is that there's no pins. If you look there's no pin on the scale, and the reason for that is they're like like on the boxes. If you look at Coralon knives, a lot of times in the boxes it says something like skeletonized, and these are like melted and like I guess they're like poured on or something. But what happens is, because of the way they're done, you don't need pins. So, like here, you can see pins to keep the bone in place for the scales. You can see they all have pins. You don't need pins to keep, for Coralon. And also because the way they're done, every Coralon knife, even though you might have another fire in box like this, none of them are going to look the same. They're going to all have the swirls are all going to be different. They're going to look entirely different from each other just because of the way they're done. So every Coralon knife, even though you might have 5 fire in box knives like this, they're all going to look slightly different. The only thing that's going to be the same really are the colors. They're all going to be similar colors, just swirled around different. And I have a few of these. I love the Coralon knives. This one, this fire in box I got from RL Simp. The funny thing is I got this one, and then I was hunting this down for the longest time, and I thought I missed my chance because I couldn't find them anywhere. It seemed like they were all sold out everywhere. And I happened to go to RL Simp's show, and I saw this sitting on his table. I'm like, oh, that is not what I think it is it? Asked about it. He said, it's fire in box. I'm going to get it. I want it. And surprisingly enough, I didn't get outbid. So I ended up with a fire in box. This is not the original box, too, from what he said, but I don't care. I got the knife. That one. This one is... Okay, this is what they say in all of them. Skeleton pre-hafted trapper. Epoxy bonded. There you go. Skeleton pre-hafted trapper. So if you're getting a Coralon, this is usually what shows up on the box. And this one, I know this is a Coralon. I can't remember what this one is, though. I'll have to open it up. This one is a... Let's see here. Oh. This one I didn't get from Whatnot. This one I think I got directly from... I think I got this from Wild Horse Customs. What was the name of this? I can't remember the name of this now. It was like... Not icicle. Kind of like an icy pop, those frozen treats. Good grief. Like an icy pop thing. Purple and pearl like swirl. You can see there. No, Coralon. Also, this is also Coralon. Even Kiranite. I'll show you a Kiranite. Even a Kiranite has pins. This is my cinnamon swirl Kiranite. Okay. You notice this one has pins. Coralons don't. So this one's Kiranite. This one's a Coralon. I just can't remember the name of Coralon. They all have their different names. Like the other one I showed you was called a fire in box. I just can't remember what the name of this one was. I have it listed somewhere. And I have a few of these. I don't have a lot. Sometimes they're hard to get a hold of. I don't know if you can even get this purple. I don't know if you can get the fire in box one's going to be hard to find. I already know that. I don't know if you can get the purple one anymore. I have what's the other one? I have all these mixed up. Good grief. Nope. Still nope. Crap, damn it. I should have had all my Coralon in like one section. I don't. Like an idiot. Ooh, that's a roses. I forgot about that. I don't know what I did with my other I know I have at least one or two more Coralon. I just don't know where I put them. They're like buried in my box somewhere, I think. But yeah, though, if I'm looking for Coralon, I'll usually go to RL Simp on Whatnot because he can usually get his hands on a lot of. Oh, here's another one. Like Chasing Blades has a hard time getting a hold of Coralon, but RL Simp can get them. This one is I forgot what they call this one now too. They really need to put the names on these. This one I just thought looked really cool. Again, Coralon, no pins. And Case isn't the only one that come in Coralon. Like I said, there's a guy, I think his name's Michael Prater, that does the Coralon. But he'll do them. He does them for Case. He's done them for Frost cutlery. He's done them for Hen and Rooster, I believe. And I can't remember if anybody else. And because of what they are, he only does them in limited quantity. The highest quantity I've seen is like 2,700, I believe, or maybe 3,500. I can't remember. But they're always going to be limited to an extent. Some more, some less. I've seen some limited to like maybe 100. I have this one is a Hen and Rooster Coralon. So this is not a case. But yeah, Michael Prater Customs. He's the one that does the Coralons. This one's a Hen and Rooster, though. And I love trappers. Trappers were the first traditional knives that I fell in love with. Yeah, fingerprints. But yeah, this one's a Hen and Rooster Coralon. Less expensive than the case generally, but just as beautiful. I don't know. Does this have any? Yeah, this one. This is the one I was thinking of that had Michael Prater's signature on it. Focus on the blade there. Now this one I don't believe is numbered in terms of like how many they made. I just know that they're limited. That's it. Anytime you come up to a Coralon, it's never going to be something that's going to be like a production run that runs throughout the length of like a year or whatever. It's going to be like they've made so many and then that's it. I'm pretty sure I have other Coralon, but I can't remember where they're at. I've got to really sort these out. I'm horrible with unless they're in a display. I'm horrible. Because these are all sitting currently in a shoebox because I have nowhere else to put them, so they all just sit in this shoebox until I can find a better place to display these knives. I hope to find one soon. This one I pulled out, and the reason why I was like, ooh, is because this is one of my favorites from Case. This is one of their roses. And it's an etched bone in red and black. I just had to pull this out since I saw the box. This is one of their roses knives. They've had these come out in different colors. I saw the red and black, had to get that. Absolutely gorgeous. I believe they come in an ultraviolet, which is like a purplish blue. Or dark blue color as well. And I believe I've seen them in yellow. But the red roses was a must-have. And you can see why I got into collecting traditional knives. I started off with modern knives and stuff. But this is why, things like this is why I got into collecting traditional knives. It's because they come in such awesome colors, unique, materials. Then they're just super handy. Although, admittedly, like something like my roses, this is going to be a display knife. Conversation. I'll probably never use this. It's one of those, and I know I've got to stop doing it myself, but it's one of those that I get because they're absolutely gorgeous, but it's too pretty to use. Because I'd be downright horrified if I scratched this sucker up because I dropped it on the ground or did something stupid. Keep in mind, that's bone. And that's also etched, so you can feel every leaf and rose petal on this thing. Oh, well, thanks for the subscribe. I really appreciate it. Oh, my God. I normally run this till 6. I just realized I'm over. Okay. Well, so much for, wasn't even sure if I was going to run a live today, and now I'm running over. I need to get, dinner and stuff. I need to drink something. I had a soda. Good grief, I'm going to dehydrate. Go get something to drink, guys. I'm going to go ahead and this was a fun chat. I love chatting with you guys. I love doing this. Now, again, I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to put out new videos. It's been a really rough and busy week, and I have videos recorded. I just haven't had a chance to do any editing and uploading and stuff like that this week. I know I haven't put anything new out. Hopefully soon, next week, hopefully I can do that. Maybe, hopefully my girlfriend will be home soon, and I don't have to go driving back and forth. And I can put some new videos out this upcoming week. But thank you so much for all your support. I'll try to do another live again next week on Saturday at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Hopefully I'll have some more new stuff to show you guys. Otherwise, we can just sit here and chat and talk about knives and stuff. Again, this is why I like doing it. I love chatting with you guys. I love talking about knives and learning stuff from you guys and whatever. And I just hope you guys enjoy. But thank you guys so much for joining me. Hope you guys had fun watching. Thank you so much for the subscribes, so much for the support, and just everything. Go get something to drink, because I know I'm dehydrated probably. I need something to drink. I probably want to eat again because it's been a few hours. And I'll be back tonight on my video game channel. If you like watching video games, I think I'll be playing Star Trek tonight. So if you want to check that out, I'll probably be doing that around 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. But anyway, thanks again, everybody. I don't have a closing for this, so I'm just going to go ahead and end it here. Yeah, Morgan is a chick. Morgan, you weirdo. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm just going to go ahead and end this. Thank you guys again. Hope to see you guys in the next video. Oh, and if you haven't yet, go check out the Discord for the EDC Squirrel if you want to share pics of your knives and stuff like that. Go check it out and show me your stuff, because that's awesome. Bye. I can't find the button to... Oh, there it is. Okay, bye.